Everything looks good, brother. I think we should be
Okay. Thank you so much, Jealous, for joining us. I have no words to, do the introduction. So take the floor and come on, start, man. I mean,
Okay.
do your thing.
Cool. Good morning, everybody. It's quite early here. Most people have not woken up this early in the Netherlands. I just had a couple of hours to sleep for this one, and I really want to be here. Thanks to my friend B for getting me involved in this one, and there will be cool things spinning off from this session. So my name is Jilles Groenendijk. I work as a hardware hacker for Deloitte. But this will be a personal story, and I think making this a personal story will be good to connect to the story. And I want this to be not just a hardware hacking workshop. I want this to be something that helps you get started on hardware security. So I want to start off by saying I will not take responsibility for your actions, but you should, as your actions will have consequences. If you do stuff that you're not supposed to, it will get you in trouble. Like for the people in the Netherlands, there's like the law 138 AB, which states that you have to go to prison for 4 years or have to pay a fine up to 20,000 euros for breaking the law. So I want some interaction as well. So my question is, as I started with a lot of stuff, one of the most important things of doing hardware security is also coding. So I would like to know from the audience if you already do code, what language do you code? So to have like a little bit of a feeling of the people watching this stream, watching the workshop. So I will be able to tailor it to your needs. So this is, by the way, some XKCD comics. So if someone could give me like a keyword, some keywords back, would be fun.
Sorry, Julius, can you tell me what do you need help with? Sorry.
Yeah. If it's possible for the people that join, I think through Discord. I don't know if it's like interactive through YouTube. If they are already coding right now.
Yes, a few people I've seen there. They've mentioned that they can code in Python and a few other languages as well.
Yeah. Cool. I think that if you code, I started myself in assembly because there were not many languages at that time on a simple home computer. But nowadays you have languages such as Python, and I think Python is a very good example because Python allows you to interact with hardware as well. So I am able to switch off switch devices on and off for doing hardware hacking using language such as Python. Another thing is, do you already participate in hacking CTFs, hardware security or software security? So do you already have experience with the security side of things?
There is a bit of a lag, but we're catching up to the chat right now.
Yeah, that takes a couple of seconds, sometimes up to a minute. I'm streaming myself, and I started on Periscope, and that took up to like a minute of time for people to actually be able to respond to whatever question that I've asked. So. I think this is a cool topic about sanitizing your database inputs. you still see that a lot whenever you type in like a special quote into a field that the entire site breaks. And I think it's good for teachers to train the students to code in a secure way. Do you already see some reactions to this?
Yeah, a lot of people are impressed by your assembly background. And
okay. Let me talk about the assembly background. I used a computer called Philips VideoPack, and I think it was branded Odyssey in the States, and that was a home computer with a that you could attach to the television. And what you could do is like insert a cartridge, and the cartridge would enable you to do 100 assembly commands. So there was not a lot of place for code as well. So the most advanced program that I made was like printing my name on the screen in different colors while it was beeping. But it gave me a sense of what a register was, what mnemonics were, how machine code worked. So that's a different start than most people that probably started using home computers and basic kind of languages. So you see that now works. My sons are 18 now. I have twin sons, and they are starting on assembly as well. So we have a lot of interesting conversations about that. Any answers to people that are doing security?
Yes, a few have said that they have been doing CDS, hacked box, and vulnerable as well.
Okay, cool. So at the end of this workshop, there will be a CTF, like to practice whatever you learned through this lecture. And what you need to do is log into a web page that will mimic a hardware device, since we're not able to ship those. And you will be able to practice whatever experience that you picked up. Another one, do you tinker? Like, do you build your own stuff? Do you work with Arduinos? Do you work with Raspberry Pis? Do you solder PCBs? That kind of stuff. So to have an example, when I went to school, I learned how to create circuit boards, but those were all by hand. So I had to draw them by hand, and I had to take off the copper of the board itself. And nowadays you have these very cool programs where you can design your own circuit boards. And this is an example that I recently built, and it allows you with 16 small computers that are 240 megahertz and have 3 cores on them to access like Wi-Fi and Bluetooth and other stuff. And I have one other one which is very cool, which I will show you a little bit later. So do you have like a culture where people go to hacker spaces, maker spaces? Here in the Netherlands we have a lot of those, where you can just go there, and there are people that are like-minded that help you create circuit boards or 3D print something or laser cut something. So is this something that you are able to do with groups, or is this something that you are able to do by yourself? Do you have like shops to get those things?
So someone has mentioned that they've worked with Raspberry Pi 4 and 0.
Okay.
And in Pakistan, I would say the issue with workshops and doing something that's actually related to hardware or 3D printing, we'd have to monitor the cost as well, because you have to realize the currency conversion and all that stuff. It makes it a bit expensive to get all these things and all that stuff. Yeah. But hopefully we can maybe in the future proceed with this as well.
Yeah.
BSides Pakistan, that's a very good idea.
Yeah, I have some ideas about it as well, which we'll come back to on a later stage. I will show a couple of circuit boards and connectors. And if you are able for me to relay what the audience says that it is, that would be cool. So this is like the first one. There's a connector on this board. So what kind of connector do you see? What kind of protocol is being communicated over this special connector?
Yeah, perfect. So someone's already mentioned that they've worked with microcontrollers, Arduino, ESP32. Cool.
Oh, wow. That's cool.
That's good, yeah.
So which connector or which protocol is being communicated over this specific connector? The one in blue.
Let's see if we get any answers from the audience.
Yeah. And if not, you can answer it as well. It's kind of a spoiler, but yeah. I want to make this as interactive as possible. So if people have questions, please feel free to interrupt. As this needs to be.
So someone said USB Type A.
Yeah. Oh, even very specific. Yeah, USB. This one will be harder. So don't know if someone ever has seen this one. Everyone secretly reverse image searching on the device. And if they don't, then I can answer it, or you can answer it, if you know. It's a very specific one.
Just waiting for the chat to catch up.
Yeah,
it's there now. So someone's saying that they've seen this, but they don't know the name of it. Very clever.
No, but it's okay to describe the usage. So where do you use it for? Is it like for connecting computers? Is it like for connecting speakers? Or where do you use it for, this specific connector? And I have seen these connectors on very old stereo radios, but that's not the one. Looks like it, but it's a different one.
So someone's saying it's a DMX USB Pro or
nice.
serial port.
Yeah, very proud, very proud. Yeah, this is a DMX, and the DMX protocol is commonly used for controlling stage lighting and effects, and even fireworks to address those. This one, and this is a connector. I have it here as well. So this is an ecosystem called M5 Stack. It comes from China, and it is like aimed for children, but also for industrial connections. You can build whatever you want. I built my own mobile phone using these gadgets. They are very cheap, and there's an ESP32 inside. It has like a screen. The latest one even have a touch screen, and you can really create whatever you want. You can even hack a car using these. So what is the name of the connector on the side?
Oh, wow. You can even hack a car with this one.
You can even hack a car with this one, as they have different connections. So you could add radio to it. You could turn it into a web server, but there's also CAN bus connectors, Modbus connectors to interconnect it to other stuff. So hacking a car in itself is like a protocol, but this will feature the hardware and the protocol to actually address a car and the CAN bus connection. And these are the connectors that go in there. So there's like a black cable, a red cable, yellow cable, and a white cable. But this is like very specific. But yeah, if there's people on the stream already knowing this, that would be cool. And if they are not, then I'll explain how it works. So what I can do is explain how it works. So this is a generic connection that will allow you to communicate different protocols. So you can do serial communication. You could do GPIO, which means general purpose input and output. So like have switches or connect lights to it. And it can also do another serial protocol called I2C. That allows you to have multiple devices that can be identified by a number to address them. And if you did not see any result, I can tell what this. It is very specific.
I don't think we're going to get any takers for this one.
Okay, cool. This is a Grove connector. So the Grove allows you to have like plug and play connections between different components. So you would see this in like Arduino components. You would see this in Raspberry Pi, and this is another ecosystem where they use it. Just like if you have the Lego setup, they use these telephone connectors. Those are RJ10, RJ11 kind of things. Grove. So this one, and it is an easy one. So don't think too hard about it.
So someone's asking a question.
Yeah.
If we can use an ESP32 as SDR.
You cannot use an ESP32. You might. So what you usually do is you have different components. So ESP32 is a microcontroller that allows you to do Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, and address different side components. So one side component could be a CC1111, which is a chip that allows you to do software-defined radio, which is what SDR stands for, and allows you to send and receive commands over the radio on a sub-gigahertz range. So my initial answer to that would be no, you need a different component, but there are special Python libraries where if you just attach a tiny piece of wire, like 8 centimeters of wire, and you just send out little pulses to it, you will be able to broadcast radio over a small area. So I think you could hack software-defined radio and even emit radio, but usually the normal way would be to add a CC1111 to it, or something in that range, which is a Texas Instrument component. And speaking about that, this is actually a device that hosts a CC1111 in it. It is a device that was intended for girls to have like safe communication with each other. But there were two gurus on the internet called Michael Osman and Travis Goodspeed, and they turned this device into a hacker device. So when I bought those, they were 15 euros at the time. They were made by Mattel, and they would no longer be able to sell these, as there were already smartphones and WhatsApp and all kinds of short messaging. So those were dormant in all the shops. And then they found out that you could alter the firmware of this device to turn this into a device that would be able to listen to frequencies. So if you have a car key and you press the open button, this will indicate what the exact frequency is of the car key emitting the codes. So that was already cool. But then Sammy Kamkar came up with a talk, and he showed how to use this device to open all the garage doors. So immediately it was like sold out everywhere in the world. And I think they're running over 300 euros now for people to obtain one of these. So I had 5. I've given 4 away to friends. And
I think there's a YouTube video as well of it on YouTube.
Yeah, Yeah, absolutely. There's YouTube videos. I think it's called, his website is called semi.pl. But yeah, you should definitely look into it. If you're into software-defined radio, those are my gurus. Mike Losman, Semicomcar, Travis Goodspeed. So someone answered this one, the connector?
Let me check. No takers for this one as well.
Okay, this is a power connector. So this is the side of your laptop where you just insert the adapter, the power for your laptop. So it's an easy one. This is a harder one. So these are pins on the circuit board, and these pins are usually used to program a device. So whenever software is created, there's a circuit board and all the chips are still empty. So there's like a machine that transports these green circuit boards over a rail and then adds some pogo pins to the top of it to program the board and program all the chips to have this machine working and also test if it is working. So what I want to know is what the name of this connection protocol is that we are using.
So someone just answered that it's a DC jack for the last one.
Yeah, it is. It is, and it is meant for power. Yeah.
Let's see if we have an answer for this one as well.
Cool. And I think part of being able to hack hardware or to get access to a hardware as well is to be able to identify the different components on a board. So there's a lot of components that you already see here. So there's black ones and there's yellow ones and tiny black ones. So for instance, the tiny black ones are resistors, and those are usually looking different, like tiny cylinders with colored rings around it. But here on the smaller scale SMD components, they are just black and have a number on them. And if you have the same component in yellow, it's a capacitor. So as some extra explanation about some components that you see while you're waiting.
So someone's saying your teacup is nice, hack 9.
Sorry?
Someone's saying your teacup is nice, it's hack 9.
Hack 5, yeah. So hack 5, yeah, there's some people on the internet, Sharon Moore and Daryl, forgot his last name. They host a show on the internet called Hack 5, and they talk a lot about security, software security, hardware security, being able to transfer data over the air by using sound, by using QR codes, like very inspirational show. And they make a lot of gadgets for the Red Team community as well. So there's like one gadget called USB rubber ducky that is able to mimic a keyboard. So instead, the keyboard is usually trusted because that is a user device, while inserting a USB is probably an external device. So that should be checked by antivirus software. And this is like something that looks like a USB stick, but is actually a keyboard inside, and it's able to type very fast. And one of the other things that they have is a Wi-Fi Pineapple, which is a Wi-Fi device that is able to mimic access points, be able to kick people from their current access point and connect to this access point and relaying all the data through while being able to eavesdrop. And this will be my cue to show my gadget that I built lately. So this is a LED lamp. So this will show a pineapple. But what I did is I added an antenna to it. And in the inside, I created the circuit board. So whenever someone is in my vicinity with a malicious device deauthenticating my network, so kicking users of my network and trying to get them to connect to their network, this light will go on. So I will immediately see someone with evil intentions in my neighborhood. I have to walk outside, see if there's a car in front of my door to act upon.
Oh wow, that's really cool. Honestly,
yeah.
Someone's already jumped in and said Wi-Fi pineapple. I was about to mention that as well.
Yeah. Yeah, Wi-Fi pineapple, and there's some other cool. I think I have most of their stuff. They are affordable. Usually 50, 60 euros, and depending on the model, and if it's something that's rack mounted, it will be more. But another thing that they have is the packet squirrel that is able to do wire sharking on a cable, so you don't need a laptop and a special hub and Wireshark to do it. There's a device that you install between two cables, and it's able to capture all the data to a USB stick. So it's good for blue teaming. It's good for solving issues with your network, but also good for testing the security of a company with approval up front. So no answers to the name of this port?
No.
Okay. So the name of this port is JTAG, JTAG, which stands for Joint Test Action Group, and it's like a collaboration of different companies that set up this protocol to test if all the hardware is connected correctly and there's no issues with the communication. So JTAG. This is the one next to it, which is for having console-like connections to your device. So if you ever worked with switches or routers like in a company setup, then there's usually this DB9 connector that allows you to configure your switch like a console port. So if the switch is not configured, you need a way to set up this port is meant for the internet. This port is meant for the voice over IP telephones that are on my device. But the hardware does have a similar port. And what I want to know is what the name of this specific port is. And it is a serial protocol.
So I remember back in Pakistan, there used to be a thing called JTAGing your Xbox.
Yeah, most people know JTAG.
You know what that is?
Yeah, that's exactly the same. And people think that JTAG was created for hacking consoles. But actually what they did is use the programming connection of your Xbox, and you could even do that with an old computer and a parallel port, and later there would be like those small PCBs that you clicked upon your connector, or had like a flat cable installed connecting to a circuit board, and that would allow you to enable you to use different CDs for having homebrew games or having copied games, but it was not initially meant for copying pirated games. It was meant for installing the software on the device itself. But most people know JTAG from the console kind of stuff. And if you want to know more about hardware hacking, there's a book called, I think it's called Hacking the Xbox, that tells about this specific idea of hacking your console and how to be able to determine how to do that, and the entire story behind it. It's a very cool book.
So yeah, this topic just reminded me of. Do you know Darknet's Diary, the Xbox
Absolutely.
podcast?
Oh, that was
such an amazing podcast.
So epic. This was so epic. The story about where they had like a dumpster where they found the developers board. Yeah,
Yes.
I really like Darknet Diaries. I actually know B from the UK InfoSec Happy Hour, and Jack Resider was on that show. So yeah, that's very, very cool. There's a lot of interesting stories. I think most of the stories are going towards red teaming, as those are more popular stories than someone watching a screen turn from green into red for the entire day, like people climbing over fences and like hacking computers is like always the most epic story. But yeah, there's a lot of things to learn from that show.
So someone's asking, what's the best shape for antenna for Wi-Fi or getting long range? It's just this is probably because of your pineapple.
Yeah. So what you see in here is that there's an antenna, and this antenna will actually move. But the antennas are created to be related to the wavelength of the specific frequency. So there could be like long wires. There could also be curly wires. It depends if you want to have a directional antenna or if you have an omnidirectional antenna. I actually built my own Wi-Fi antenna back in the days, where I had pieces of coax cable cut into parts and having them interconnect. So the middle of one cable was connected to the side of the other one, and then you had like pieces stacked. And this was like the best design for having an omnidirectional cable. So when internet was still very expensive, I would buy like the best internet that was available and share the cost with all my neighbors so that they could use the internet. So I needed to design like a proper cable to allow me to provide that internet to my neighbors as well. So there is something that you might want to look into if you're into antennas, which is a cantenna. So there's a box of chips or a can of soup that you can use, and if you just solder in a connector and a small piece of wire, this will be your best antenna that will allow you like the amazing long reaches. I was talking about this device, the phone that I built. I made a YouTube video about that, and I used to burn a phone number. So I did not expose my personal telephone number to the world. I used to anonymous number so I could like record a video. And as soon as I put this video online, I was called by a guy from the States. His name is If Not Pike on Twitter. And he used a number that was like elite lead in lead speak. So it was 3133713371337, something like that. And we had like a call for, I think, an hour or an hour and a half. And we became friends. And what he actually did is he sent me this optimized Wi-Fi antenna. So this is a furry art antenna that was specially designed and tuned for Wi-Fi on 2.4 and 5.8 gigahertz. So yeah, there's a lot of different antennas that you can have, and you can make them into any shape. You need special tools to tune your antenna. So I've seen people on YouTube taking a piece of copper wire, connecting it to their Wi-Fi dongle, and then doing just a scan of how many Wi-Fi access points do I have in the neighborhood. So this is a less scientific method, but like having a DIY tuning of an antenna, and just cut a piece of copper from the cable every time to see what the best results were. So if you have like a 10 centimeter wire, how many access points do I find? I find 5. If I have a 9.5 centimeter, how many do I have? 35. Hey, that's a big difference. So if I have a 9.5 centimeter cable, it will be better. I really like that idea.
Okay, so I don't think anyone's got this one.
Okay,
but we've pretty much covered it already, I think.
Yeah. So this one is called UART. And UART is a serial protocol, and it allows you to connect with it. The only thing that you need is 3 cables. So you need a ground cable, the RX meaning receive, and the TX meaning transmit. So having being able to connect 3 wires to a hardware device allows you to interact with it most of the times. So open up a device, connect 3 wires to it, and be able to connect to it. So we are going to talk about this UART later, and how to determine what these pins are on any specific device that you find. So there's also different forms of UART. So this is a connector, 3.5 millimeter kinch, that is also being used as a UART. So it can disguise in different ways. So it could be either on the circuit board, but it could also be disguised as an audio connection. So if you have a device, then you need to open it, then you void your warranty. But there could also be like a connector on your device that is already giving you total access to the device that's on the outside of the box. This is a different one. And this is one that looks pretty much like the DMX. This is not an audio connection, although this is my Xbox 360 keyboard. So what is the name of this connection or this protocol? So this allows me to send commands and being able to listen to music while it's not audio that's going over this specific connection. And I've seen people use this connection to make music with people all over the world. So they use like drums and were able to send their hitting on the drums to someone on the other side of the world and being able to play a song together.
Oh, wow.
Make music together.
Honestly, even I don't know this one.
Okay. It is a cool one. And you said, well, we do not have a lot of shops in Pakistan. When I started off at tampering with hardware, I think I was 6-7 years old. I used to go to these flea markets, to thrift shops, buying old stuff that people did not use anymore and just tear it apart. So reuse existing hardware, hardware that was being disposed of, to take it apart and take the components out. Like have a cool switch that you find like on a telephone, or have a special speaker that is in inside a radio, and connect those all together and make your own piano or do something like that. That's like you do not pay a lot of money. You create a lot of mess though.
Exactly. So I remember when I started soldering, and because I was not able to get the parts that I wanted, I used to go to all hardware that I used to have, or even I don't throw my old laptops away at all. Yeah. I just take them apart and try to find all the parts that I can get. Yeah, that's so good, and that's something that I will show later on. But my parents had a grocery shop, so they were working all the time, and I spent a lot of my youth at my grandfather's house,
and he has those old radios in a box, and I could play with it. I could tear it apart. I could unscrew it, and that took away the fear of technology. So you are inspired to look on the inside, and you get to know how things work, how dials work, how speakers work, and
and you kind of realize how hard soldering is as well.
And you,
exactly.
And you absolutely learn how hard soldering is. Like my uncle gave me a soldering iron, like the really huge one, like the pistol kind of one. And I started soldering and taking up like these small resistors and the speakers and all the other components. But these soldering irons only work for a while, since they are 100 watts. And if you use those for an entire day, the entire casing will melt. So I had melting plastic on my hands at the end of the day, and the device was broken. And nowadays you have like these fancy soldering irons. I like to use the TS80 myself, which is a small soldering iron which is battery powered, and that allows me to do work in like on industrial plants and on the outside where I don't have electricity and still want to solder to something. So we have cool gear now, but I started like with the crappy stuff, and actually by starting with the crappy stuff you learn more than just having the most fancy equipment.
So someone is saying, is it SIP?
SIP.
I don't know if it's a question mark as well at the end, so I don't know if they're asking or telling.
SIP as in SIP for voice. Now that's usually using RJ45, like a Ethernet connection. This is called MIDI. So MIDI is the protocol that is used by electronic musical instruments, and it allows you to communicate. So if you have a keyboard, the keyboard itself could make music, but you could also connect this keyboard to another device that has like an entire library of different instruments. So you could use a keyboard to play drums, or a keyboard to play flute, or a keyboard to have someone sing in a specific tone. So it's quite a cool thing, and you can actually get Arduino boards to do man in the middle of those kind of connections. So there's an input and output, and it's just sending a number over the line. So if you're able to alter that number, you will be able to alter a song. So MIDI. This one, and this is the back of a modern hard disk or modern SSD. So what is the name of this one? Yeah.
They should be able to answer this one easily, I think, yes.
There will be one on the same one that is probably harder to answer. So when I started working on interconnected computers, was in '89. I set up a bulletin board, which is a computer with a modem, and people were able to connect to it, leave a message, and I would send that message overnight to all the other computers, so you would be able to communicate. And I bought a hard disk at that time, sponsored by the company that I already worked for, and it cost 3,750 guilders, and you need to divide it in half to have like dollars. And that would only have 338 megabyte of data. So having something that's like $2,000 for something with 300 megabytes, it's now unbelievable now.
Right. It's not even funny, like even with SSDs now, you feel like if you don't have an NVMe or something like that, you're way behind people.
Yeah. We're getting used to the speed, and we're all we're increasing every time. I have a not so funny story where I bought a hard disk, a 10 terabyte hard disk. So that's just one external hard disk that is able to store 10,000 gigabytes of data. And I was like backing up old laptops to reprovision them with new software. So I was backing up at one side and I was creating a boot disk on the other USB port. And somehow the Windows Media Creation tool mixed up both hard disks and has overwritten the first 32 gigabyte of the 10 terabyte disk. So I have some work to do recovering the files on that disk. So if you're ever using the Windows Media Creation tool, be very careful on what devices are connected to your computer, as it can be can hurt a lot.
Wow, that's a lot of data to recover, to be honest.
Sorry,
I said that's a lot of data to recover.
Yeah, it is. And actually, the cool thing is since it's a backup disk, the files are not scattered over the entire disk. So all the files are just written in one piece. So it's easy to recover all the data. I can just recover all the data, but there's one thing. I lack the file allocation table. So the name of the file and the location of the file is lost. So there's a lot of pictures of the kids on there from their entire youth, from being born to they're 18 now. And that will result in like 1 million JPEG files that are all like numbered file 1, file 2, file 3 in one directory. So recovering is not that hard, but like sorting them out to make sense again is hard.
So someone we've got a few answers for this one.
Okay.
So I think SATA, everyone's saying SATA.
Yeah, this is SATA, and this is the serial port on the left, the smaller one, and the larger one is actually for power. But on that same disk, there's some more pins. And this is kind of hard. I don't even want to ask you to the people, because most people probably won't know what it is, as I did not as well. But I had a lecture by someone. There's actually a UART on the hard disk itself. So you are able to get to the processor of the circuit board that's on the hard drive to set the bad sectors on the disk, to do all kind of debugging on the disk. So you are able to interact with the disk using these pins. But be careful. If you set this to have like the wrong baud rate, is enough to brick your disk. So don't do this with your important data. Take like a scrap disk to play with it, but don't do this on your like production data disk. But there's also like debugging ports on hard drives as well. I did not know that. This one, and this is a LED board, small LED board with 64 RGB LEDs, and it is connected. So what you can do is you can chain all these boards. So there's an power pin, 5 volt, there's a ground pin, and there's one data pin. So I would like to know what the name of this protocol is. And this is sold by Adafruit, and Adafruit is run by Limor Fried. And she has done a lot for the community for creating very cool stuff like Lego like instructions. So if you are not familiar with hardware, you can buy such product, and there's like a large YouTube videos on how to install it, how to download the Python code, install it on your Raspberry Pi. So what I want to know is what the name of this protocol is that is using just one wire for the data.
Let's see if we get any answers to this.
Yeah. And the way these work is, it's like putting a marble into a tube. So if you put in like a red marble, the red light starts lighting up. And if you put a green one into it after it, like the first one will be green and the second one will be red. So you have to like fill up all the LEDs by adding each individual LED. So you have to like map whatever position you want to have in what color. And these are being used a lot. I actually got this one yesterday. Don't know if you can actually see it, but it has different colors. So this has 5 colors, and they are changing. And usually you had to address different LEDs. So you had your R, your G, and your B, red, green, blue, and you mix any of the 60 million colors that you're able to make with those 3 LEDs by putting more or less power on one of these LEDs. And now you can just send a color code like in an HTML file to this specific LED and make entire televisions out of these LEDs. So this is very cool.
So someone's saying that is it for setting master and slave?
No, this is not for master slave.
I don't know if they're asking or telling.
This is just for sending the data. Actually, I already spoiled it. The name of the protocol for communicating over just one wire is actually named one wire. So master-slave protocols are usually I2C or SPI, and we will come back to that later on in the presentation. This one, I already talked about this one, this DB9 connector. And you won't see those anymore on your newer computers, but they were on your older computer, on the large desktop computers, and you will see those on the switches as well. This is a serial protocol, and I would like to know what the name of this serial protocol is. And they are identified by the name of the protocol, not by the name of the connector. So if you now have a MacBook or a Chromebook or a recent laptop, you won't find those anymore. So most people confuse these by VGA. But if you look closely, this only has 2 lines of pins, whereas VGA has 3 lines of pins. So VGA has 15 pins and these only have 9.
I'm glad you corrected me on this one because I was about to say VGA.
Yeah, most people would say VGA. And we used those back in the days, even to connect our mouses or our modems to it. So there's pins in this connector that actually will tell you if your phone is in use.
So someone is saying that, is it I2C?
No, this is not I2C. You have I2C. That is one of the newer protocols that is being used to communicate with hardware devices. This is an older one. So this is named RS232, and that's it. That's like the father of all serial communication devices. RS232. This one is a connector, and it looks a little bit torn up. So this is not a SCART connector, what most people think that it is, but it is something that you would generically find in your car if you take away the ashtray or open.
I was just about to say that.
SCART? Yeah, it looks like SCART. Actually, I recently discovered that there's serial communication in SCART as well. There's two pins used for RX and TX, and you are able to communicate with your VCR recorder, with some VCR recorders, over those two data pins. So if you're...
So I'm pretty sure I've seen this when you're hooking up your computer with your car.
Absolutely,
for diagnosis.
Yeah, that's it. And if you take your car to a garage, they will open up your dashboard and they will be able to read what is wrong with your car. And actually, when I drove home yesterday, my brakes malfunctioned. So I almost drove into a car. So whenever I go to the garage on Monday, they will probably connect their diagnostics hardware to this port to read out what's wrong with the device before even opening the hood.
Let's see if we get an answer for this.
Yeah.
I mean, we've pretty much answered it. But let's see if they can. Someone said HDMI. It's not an HDMI.
No, it is not. There would be a really up-close picture of HDMI. And, no. Early version of HDMI, maybe. No, there's a lot of pins in HDMI. So you could buy these dongles, and here they are like €10, $10. And you will be able to use your cellular phone or a tablet to read out all the data from your device as well. So not only the garage is able to interconnect with it, you can also see how hard you press the brakes or how hard you press the gas pedal, even the number of degrees your car is on. So if someone is towing away your car, it will notice on the CAN bus as it is in a different position. No answer yet?
That's actually right. Nope. No one knows about this one.
So this is OBD2, and OBD stands for onboard. It's OBD. Onboard diagnostics.
As soon as you said it, someone answered it.
Okay, yeah. So onboard diagnostics. This is wrong. So it's OBD instead of ODB. And it allows communication with your car to see what is wrong. So in your car are a number of computers. There's ECUs and BDMs, which are computers that whenever you press the brake, for instance, and it's slippery outside, if you press it and it would immediately trigger the brake, then you would slide away. So there's a computer in between that measures how cold it is outside and will add a different traction to your wheels to be able to stay in track. And all these computers are able to do so. I did a stream about hardware hacking a week ago with Ian Tabber, MintyNet on Twitter, and we explain how this particular protocols work. So if you want to know more about how car communication works, you should definitely look at either Ian's website or look at the stream. This is the bottom of a circuit board, and this is a router. So what you see here is like there's 3 connectors on the back, usually to connect other devices to it, like your computer or other stuff. And it has 8 pins. Usually the connectors that are going in here are transparent. So I would like to know either what the name is of the connector or what they are, what protocol is over this particular connector.
So while we wait for the answer, I have a question for you as well.
Yeah.
So did you see the Tesla hardware hacking where they did for the DEF CON thing?
No, I did not, but I know Cyber Gibbons, Andrew Tierney from Pentest Partners, and he did a lot of testing on the device itself. So I've seen all the circuit boards, and yeah, it's like really sophisticated and really cool stuff.
So
tell
I was
me about
thinking
it.
about, so I don't know if you saw the board for basically the whole system that Tesla monitors the car and every single thing.
Yeah, they immediately call you if you open up stuff. Yeah.
So I was thinking about how the ODB connector works, and it's not even in the Tesla. So they have even a memory card slot and every single thing where they monitor everything and they store it right on the board.
Yeah.
So you can take that stuff, you can like reboot every single thing, and you can maybe make it a brand new car.
Yeah, like I'm in the process of selecting a new car. My old one got to the end of the contract, so I had to select a new one. And what you now see is that whenever you buy a new car, all these cars are the same, but all the options are set in software. So if you want to have a lane control, that's just one bit. That's now a 0 that has to be turned into a 1 to enable that feature, because the hardware and software is already in there. The only thing that you need is enabling it. And sometimes it's as easy as hacking the car and setting the bit. And sometimes the people have more mature models where they have certificates and proper encryption. You see that a lot as well in hardware. I've seen, I think it was TP-Link, where they had a dumb switch that was just acting as a switch, and a smart one that could be configured to have quality controls on it as well. And the only thing that was different is the chip was on a different spot on the hardware. So the hardware was exactly the same, but the chip itself could be either on the left or on the right to have the different functionality. So by desoldering the chip and moving it to another place, you would be able to upgrade it to another version. So from a manufacturer point of view, it's easier to just have one model. But yeah, you need to be sure that your hardware is set up correctly to make it work like this. Any answers to it? Yeah, sorry?
No answers. I think we'll have to answer this one.
Yeah. What do you think it is?
Honestly, I have no idea.
These are the Ethernet connectors, so the RJ45, the network connectors.
Oh, wow.
So, but you
something
only
so basic. Everyone should know this.
but you don't see it. So exactly. Sometimes you have to be able to determine stuff by looking at the bottom of the pins, and there's no way you can get 8 pins next to each other on a circuit board. So what they did is they shifted them a little bit. So there's one row for you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and that's how it works. And since the Ethernet port has a higher voltage than the rest of the board, you see that it is enclosed in a darker green area, which is not conductive, and the light green area is actually where the ground of the entire board is. So they isolated this entire part from the rest of the circuit board to prevent any damage of the board whenever someone misconfigured a connection. So those are the 2 things that you can recognize it from the bottom. But we will come back to the identifying the components, and I really made it very easy to understand, as I want this to be like a beginner's track. So this is like the interactive part. I think it's very cool that we already had so much interaction before actually starting it. So thank you very much. Who am I? My name is Gilles Groenendijk, and I work for Deloitte, one of the big four companies. I think we're in numbers of people the largest ones. And I work in the Netherlands. I work in Den Haag, in the Den Haag office. And I do a couple of things. So I started my career by creating, maintaining, and improving a blue team environment, like a SOC. So that it's a room with a lot of large screens, with a lot of data on it about security, about banks, for instance, that to see if they are being hacked. So those screens will indicate like what's the traffic right now? Do we see like odd behavior on the network? Is someone from the inside trying to hack the device outside office hours? So there's like behavior analytics, that kind of stuff. And then I started bringing stuff to the office to have some fun with colleagues, and that turned into having hardware assessment as well. So like most of the colleagues were working on the software side of things. So you have a specific device, you connect your computer to it, or you have a network, you connect your computer to it. You run tools like Nmap and Nessus and Wireshark and other tools to see if there's ports open, to see if everything is configured correctly, if there's certificate pinning and all that kind of things. But people usually don't look at the inside of the boxes. They stop whenever they are at the network cable, like the last one that we saw. And I got really inspired by my grandfather by opening all these boxes. So I thought, well, I have an old IP camera. Let's open it up, see what's inside, see how it works. So what I did is I created a hardware hacking training, which is 3 days, I believe, to teach my colleagues on how to perform hardware hacking tests. And these hardware hacking tests is not about hacking stuff. The hacking part is to illustrate the lack of security, or to prove that it is secure. So this helped colleagues understand the logic behind the hardware. And whereas most software tests are black box tests, so you connect to a device and you don't know what's in it. If you do hardware hacking, you're able to get the software out. So you're able to see the actual scripts that are on the hardware. So you could kick off Nessus and probe for like specific URLs, like is there a WP admin file? No, there's no WordPress on my router. But if you're able to download like the ping.cgi or the ping.sh, you will see that it is running a script to see if a network device is connected, but it is running as a high privilege user. It's running as root. And it's using this parameter called $1. So if it's running as root and it's using parameter one, can I, instead of just entering an IP address, entering the IP address, a semicolon, and then shut down, or cat/etc. passwd. And then you will be able to obtain all the credentials of that particular device. But this is something that you have to blindly test on a specific software. But if you have the hardware and you're able to get the software out, you are actually cheating on your software test, as you already have the background in the information on it. So for me, like hardware security felt like the software security from the 80s. I also go to customers and tell them about security. Not only hardware security, but also physical security. So I'm a member of TOOL, the open organization of lockpickers. So what we like to do is see how things work. So we try and open locks. So not to break in, not to steal stuff, but just figuring out how this specific puzzle works. So what pins do I need to pin to press? Is there like security in there as well? So you would typically see a lot of guys around the table with a stopwatch and a number of locks, and they use specific tools to try and open the lock. And your timer starts, you work, and you yell open when it's open, and that time will be written down. So that's like physical locks, but there's also electronic locks. So you see on the bottom right a picture of Terminator, and they're using like a swipe card where they use a computer to mimic all the connections in there. And actually those attacks are possible. So if you are looking at Sammy Kamkar's site, for instance, he created a device that emits a magnetic wave to mimic the codes that are on the back of a credit card to make a device believe that you just swiped the credit card. So, and by securing your premise with a card, that's not enough, because there's different systems. So there's a system that just looks at the serial number. So if you can get your hand on that card and just read that serial number, and sometimes it's so stupid that serial number is even printed on the card. So if I'm in a coffee shop and see someone wearing a badge, and I'm able to take a picture secretly of that badge that contains that number, I will be able to create a card that opens her door or his door. So you need something that's really secure. So I'm teaching people about this security, and also pen testing this security by breaking into buildings, breaking into locks, breaking into vaults, that kind of stuff. The other thing that I'm doing, and that's like since a little over a year, is I am in the blue team, and blue team is like related to wargaming. So if you're playing a shooter, a game, then there's like the blue side, which is the defending side, and the red side is like the attacking side. And that's also in the security sector. You have like the blue side monitoring everything and installing patches and testing the network. And then there's the red team that will test if that is sufficient. So pretend to be a malicious actor, but with approval up front, and listen to the Darknet Diary show to have more information about that. But there's people that will test your security, and not test your security as in here's the lock, test on the lock, which I do, but also dress up, act like an employee, enter a building, like Mission Impossible kind of stuff. So people that are acting as a malicious actor to break into a building, a site, a bank, whatever. So to make that as real as possible, you sometimes need gadgets. So we already talked about Hack5, and Hack5 has some awesome gadgets that helps the red team do their stuff. But sometimes we want to make something that's not recognizable as a Hack5 gadget. So what I now do is I create malicious devices to help the hack team, the red team, perform their tests. So let's say you have you enter the building and you see they have a specific coffee machine. then you could send someone in the next day replacing this coffee machine because it's old and the contract expired, and this new coffee machine will have like a malicious device inside that will hack or give access to the network from the outside. So it's not ready for sale stuff, but it is stuff that is being used on assignments to make it as real as possible. So if we could come up with such a solution, like a rogue actor will be as well. So that's like the 4 things that I do for my work. But I also like to tinker myself. So my question was, do you tinker? Do you create stuff? So I was already doing electronics as of my early childhood, but I run into a friend via the photo website Flickr, and he saw one of my circuit boards, and he immediately started asking detailed questions about how it worked. And he said, well, this resistor has the wrong value because... So he was very, very knowledgeable. Unfortunately, he passed away, so he's no longer among us. But he taught me how to work on detailed stuff. So what I got is like on the middle, on the top, there's a board stating change me, connect to LED board. And this is a board that was used at the train stations to show the departure and arrival times of the trains. And they replaced all those screens with monitors nowadays. So these were available at dump sites. So you could get these for €5, and there's like a lot of LEDs on those boards. But the thing is, it is talking a specific protocol over light. So this is like interconnected via maybe laser light or whatever, but it's sending signals over light. And the vendor itself did not want to reveal the protocol. So what we did is we had to take off the chip. But at that time, I did not have like proper equipment to do chip offs and SMD soldering, and I had this huge soldering iron to do my stuff. And he taught me a trick where he used like this kitchen equipment, a creme brulee torch, to heat up the chip and smack it on the table, and the chip fell clean off. We connected a Arduino to it to be able to make this LED board into an interactive LED board. So you could connect to a web server and just alter the text that you want on the screen. The one on the right is related to a show on Netflix called Stranger Things. And I go to Comic-Cons, and I run into this lady carrying this large LED board with the Christmas lights. And the kid got lost, and the only way that the mother could talk with the kid was through lights. So the light would blink on the wall, and that would be the way to communicate with each other. So she was carrying this carton board with Christmas lights on it with letters underneath, and I asked her, "Is this interactive?" And she did not know what I meant by that, but that got me the idea to make one myself. So I bought a LED string on AliExpress for €8. I bought a ESP microcontroller for €2, 8266. Let me take some water. And I created a captive portal. So as soon as you connected to the Wi-Fi access point, you were able to see the screen that you see on my phone underneath, and you would be able to make it blink, whatever you wanted it to say. So this was an idea that I saw, and by buying €10 of hardware, I was able to realize that into an interactive device. And actually, most of the software was already bundled with the Arduino. So the stuff to make it blink was already there. The only thing that I needed to create is like if you look at the string of lights, it's like A, B to M is like at the start. And then the lights continue and start on Z, Y, X, so the other way around. So I had to create like an array to interact between the LEDs on the board and the actual letters that were on the board. I already told that I am a tool member, and usually I leech. So I go and sit there and listen to the amazing talks that the people did. But I thought, well, I have to give back to community as well. I have to share whatever I did. And whenever you are watching like a movie, there will be like this villain breaking into a building and having like this special device, just like the Terminator that opens the door. Would something like this Hollywood style be able to really exist? Could you make something like that? And a colleague of mine was working on a test for an internship on a specific smart lock, and he was looking at the radio side of the thing. And whenever he was ready with it, I saw that the front of the lock and the back of the lock were connected with 3 wires. So that's VCC, like the power line, ground, and 1 data line. And we just learned that 1 data line is 1 wire. So there's 1 wire in which the buttons that you press are being sent to the back that has the microcontroller to interpret the signal to open the door or not. So I thought, am I able to mimic those signals? So what if, like evil me, drill a hole into this lock with a power tool and take the wires out, and the cable was long enough, was like, I think 15 centimeters between the front and the back of the lock, and just take the wires out, connect an Arduino, or ESP in this case, to it, and record the signal. So I record the signal on the specific device. I press a 1, and it records like 1 0 0 1 1 0 0 lines, or a line of ones and zeros. And I record it and I bind it to the 1. So I do the same for 2 and 3 and 4 and 5. And what I notice is whenever I press the buttons, there was a LED just above the 2 that would immediately indicate if my code was wrong or right. So I was able to see on the outside if the door would open, and that was really convenient because I could create a simple program that would just replay everything that I recorded and just listen to the LED to see if it was like green or red. And if it was green, it would open the door. And if it was red, I need to continue. So I created a large loop. So just take any number from 0000 to 9999 and just try them all out. And within 3 hours, I opened the lock. So there was no grace period for logging out. You would expect it to do only 3 times and then freeze or have some time in between. But this measure could also be to DDoS someone's lock. So what a kid could do is just press all the buttons and someone is not able to get into his own house anymore. So it's hard to look at security, but it is actually possible to perform such an attack using children's toys to open the door. And I also wanted to learn more about Bluetooth communication. So what we did, and this is with the friend in the US and friend in Japan, is created a way to alter the text on these Bluetooth glasses that will show like text on the screen. So you have these glasses, you have an app on your phone, you enter the text and it will change the text on the glasses. And but this was not authenticated, so there was no pairing between the device. It was just broadcasting, please change the text into this text. So we discovered it by tapping into the Bluetooth signals on the phone itself, and we were able to mimic those. So if someone was wearing these glasses with an "I am great" banner on top of it, we would be able to stand next to him, fire up our device, and say, "No, you're not." So it needs to be protected, and these things that I learn in my spare time really helps me think about security by improving large companies as well. I'm a father of two twins, identical twins, Jelle and Jurre. And they are 18 years now, and they are starting university, but they had a hard time at school. So they were ahead in class, and instead of inspiring them with other lessons, other materials, they said, well, go and sit next door and go and read comic books. So I came to school and I said, hey, why are you in this different room and not with your classmates? I said, well, we finished our lesson, and as a reward, we get to sit here and read comic books. Well, that's not okay. So I interacted with the school and started teaching as well. So I set up this class for science and technology. So we did experiments like you would usually see on high schools, where you had like these cola Mentos fountains, how to pop like a popcorn, mice, like some corn, with a high-speed camera to see how that works, but also other stuff. So what we did is we went into the computer room, which was actually a small cabinet with a desktop computer hidden inside, and we connected the switch to it, and we started Wiresharking the entire stuff. So I showed the video Warriors of the Net, which is an old video created, I think, by Ericsson, which illustrates how the internet works, how the packets are transferred over the line. If you don't know much about the internet, about routers and switches and packets, you should definitely look at that. Warriors of the Net. If you Google it, you will find it. It's a lot of fun to watch. And we did some other stuff as well. So my grandfather once made me a present. He made it himself, like a wooden box, and it has like a flat battery in it. And there were like switches, bells, lights, and I could turn it into whatever I want to turn it into. And that specific box that my grandfather, after which I am named, and my children are named at him as well, inspired me more than whatever education I followed after that. So I want to bring that education to the children as well. So at that time, the Raspberry Pi Foundation came up with the first Raspberry Pi, a small credit card size computer that was $25 that you could connect to a television and insert your charger of your telephone, a card from your camera, and a keyboard of your computer, and you have like a working computer that works on Linux. So I used that as a base, and I created a box 30 by 30 centimeters squared, with a lot of different sensors. So there's a coin collector which will recognize every coin. There's a thermal printer in there. There's like main buttons to do arcade gaming. There's like helicopter switches. There's text to speech. And I named this box Raspberry Pi button box. So there's a lot of buttons, and it's all connected by a Raspberry Pi. So this box did nothing on itself. So the children need to connect to this device using a laptop and Wi-Fi and create a Python program to turn it into whatever they wanted to have. So could be like something that play the game, play Mario on this machine, or could be something that would print a poem, or could be something that would show a video, could be something that allowed you to learn how to calculate with coins by inserting a special value using limited amount of coins. So you could say you need to program, but if you give kids a goal to design their own stuff, that would work way better. And I used the LED board that I showed earlier to make them their own drawing, so that they had to draw like in the pixels the LED board had, and every pixel that needed to be colored was a 1, and all the others were a 0, and every set of 8 ones and zeros was a byte. That byte needed to be converted from ones and zeros to a hexadecimal value, and they needed to supply me a text file with all these hexadecimal values. I would load it onto the board, and that would show their drawing. So if they made a mistake, there was like errors on the drawing as well, and these were like over 1,200 calculations that they had to do. So at the end of a lesson, I said, this is the homework. So you take this home. You have to do like these calculations to make this into a drawing. And then they said, but what's the homework then? Well, this is the homework. Yeah, but this is fun. What is the homework? So, yeah. The kids perceive this as a very different way of reading stuff. And the one on the top right is actually a Nokia screen. So even if you don't know, don't have like a shop nearby that will provide you with the proper hardware, if you have an old Nokia nearby, a 3310 or whatever, and those things are indestructible, you could solder off the screen, and you could address it with a Raspberry Pi or an Arduino to make your own LED board or create your own game with it without having to buy it from like foreign shop, just by stuff you find around you. So don't throw hardware away. Turn it, give it a second life. So that's what I did with my kids. As my grandfather had like this box on which I could get out like all his old hardware, I created a box myself. So I called it the computer sloopkist in Dutch, which is a computer demolition box. So whatever I took out of computers, like circuit boards, like other stuff, I put into this box. They could open it up, take the circuit board out, look how it works. And initially they would just demolish it and hit it with stones and hit it with hammers and like make it into like some sort of art form. But they were no longer afraid of technology. So they really like experimenting on how stuff works, on how you can break stuff. Now they're doing like the university computer science and engineering and working upon that. So I talked about Jure earlier, or maybe it was even before the stream, but one of my sons hacked his school. And you should not hack your school, as you get in trouble and you get expelled. But we tend to hang around with people in the industry. Not only within our own company, but also with people that are that are our competitors, because we're one community and we do not have enough people to fight the dark side. So we all need to collaborate. And within this community, it is not cool to do malicious stuff. So there's people from corporate, there's people from government, there's all kind of people. So from his early age, Jure already learned how to be responsible with hacking. So he went. He ran out of exercises for his math lessons, and then his teacher told him, do you want to learn how to program? But he already knew how to program due to these lessons on the elementary school that I provided. So he said, well, I would like to do security test on your network. Is it allowed to do security tests? So he draw up this documents stating, I would not share my findings with my fellow classmates or with anyone else before they are resolved. I will collaborate with my father to see if we can find a way to solve all these. And they agreed, and he started working on stuff. So what you see is that teachers are less tech savvy, so they have their projector connected to their computer, typing in their password, and people would write up whatever the password is and change their grades. So that's not that smart. There's also limited resources for as in a laptop. So people need to share their hardware. So whereas in a secure environment, you would have like lockout time, and your computer will lock, and you need to unlock it with a password or with with a hardware device. That is even prevented on schools, so it needs to be open. But not only teachers can enter that specific computer, but the kids could as well. And furthermore, when routers, switches, printers are installed, there's usually one technical guy over a number of schools that runs around with his car installing these things. And as soon as it works, it's okay. No one looks at the security. So most of the time, they will have like the default credentials. So Jure found out that there were default credentials on routers, printers, switches, and even like the security system. So he was able to look at the cameras, delete like the images, and that's not something that you want. And if he would have been malicious, he would use that in his own benefit. But now he did the responsible thing. Instructed the tech guys to solve it, and now there is video footage if someone steals something from his locker. So he makes the world a more secure place by bringing this in responsible. So if you go to YouTube and you search for Jure and hack, you will find his video. Although it is Dutch content, it is English subtitled, so you will be able to follow it, and you will see like the director talk about this hack. We are in a lockdown since March, semi-lockdown, and my wife watches videos on YouTube and says, well, why not share your knowledge using streams? So a couple of months ago, I started streaming, and this is like more a geeky thing. So having friends hanging around and doing cool stuff, like I've never hacked a car before, so I had someone explain me how to do it, how to learn how to do it, how to be more secure in this. And like a few hours ago, we learned how to do 3D printing, how to design a case from the start. So that really helps me bond with people all over the world, and happy to be here today. So I think we should all inspire each other on being more related to the hardware we work with, and improve the security. So this is like the first part. Are there questions from the audience, or are there any things or remarks that you have?
So far everyone's really enjoying your talk, and They're just commenting, no questions so far. So if you want, you can carry on.
Okay, cool. So this is the piece about hardware security. I already said, well, for me, like hardware security is like the software security from the 80s. So in software security, we have seen so many iterations, and stuff is connected to the internet. We have showed that nowadays we are able to connect to this nuclear reactor over the internet. But usually that's on a software level by doing Nmap, Nessus, Wireshark, that kind of stuff. Hardware security, opening the box, people are not used of opening boxes. So there's usually this seal on the bottom stating do not tamper, warranty void when opened. There's special security screws, and people think that makes them safe. However, since we have sites such as Shodan that will reveal whatever is connected to the internet, if someone gets his or her hands on a particular device and opens it up and finds a vulnerability, they could use that exploit to their own advantage by firing off to the rest of the world. So it is important to have devices be secure, to have a more safe environment, but it's hard. And the reason it's hard is like there's a lot of devices that are connected to the internet, like domotics, like lights that you switch on and switch off, and these devices are set for a large market. So the more market you have, the more money you make. So if you're in a market where this intellectual property is there and you come up with an ID, you want to be the first to market to have the largest share and make the most money. So it is a race for whomever is first. But this race is being impacted by a couple of things. So if you add like security to the device, it will increase the costs because you have to test it longer, you have to code it in a different way, you have to buy different chips that support like proper crypto instead of doing like software mathematical calculations. And sometimes if you like install the special secure chips, it will increase battery life. Or if you need to encode everything, it will take up more bandwidth, or will increase the cost and will reduce the lifespan of a device. So you need to charge it. So if this is something to track your dog with, wandering around with a GPS thing, and it only works for an hour, it's not interesting. So that's the thing. And the other is like having your own crypto installed. It's probably not a good idea, because sooner or later someone will be able to dump that chip and will figure out how it works. And if there's like so many devices installed over the world or in a specific vicinity that are enabled over the internet, you could take over such a device. And if you are able to buy such a device and take off the chips, probably the storage is not encrypted as well. So you will be able to read the credentials from a device, read the certificates, read the username and password. Or maybe it is encrypted, but not encrypted in a secure way. So you will be able to revert the hashes from the device because it's all technology using MD5 instead of bcrypt or whatever. So if you are reusing that specific code that is in there and maybe key that protects it, and this is the same for all the devices, then having one device hacked, meaning having all the device hacked. So there's a lot of challenges, and you will usually see that when a device is there, it will only be replaced if there's even a more fancy thing or if there's a malfunction on it. But it will stay there for as long as the lifespan is of the specific device. So if something is secure now and there's like a flaw in OpenSSL in 5 months, and this device stays here for like 7 years, you are running around with an insecure device. So if you have, if you're working for a bank and you have this IP camera, for instance, that could be your entry to the rest of your corporate network. So be very careful, put those in a special VLAN, isolate those, because, yeah, this is also a thing. Like if you have smart locks in your hotel because it's convenient and you don't have to take care of locks and you can just replace the code, but there turns out to be a vulnerability, those locks won't have like a Wi-Fi enabled environment because it will drain the battery and the janitor has to replace them all the time. So someone could connect to the internet and lock up all the guests in the hotel, and we have seen that. So careful. And it is very, very hard. And like all the measures that should preventive are actually security by obscurity. Like you have these seals that you can put on the devices, but you can actually buy those seals. If you use a hairdryer, you can peel them off and put them back. So there's these security screws that has like these Torxes with the special insides, and there's like a triangular instead of Phillips screws, and there's like 2 dots. You can buy those screws. So there's iFixit that just ships sets for a specific iPhone or Android device to open up the device, and will even show in a video on how to do that. And I already showed the UART and the JTAG of the device, and sometimes you see people actually stating TX, RX on the board, so you don't have to think, you can just connect. And sometimes they remove it, but there's also devices that you can buy that will do all the measurement for you. This is a device called JTagulator. It's made by Joe Grant, and Joe Grant created the last DEF CON, not the last one, but the one before, the badge. Amazing guy. And this device will do all the measurements to find out what is a UART port and what is a JTAG port. So you are able to eavesdrop on the boot process and reprogram the software on a device, or extract the software on a device. And it is as easy as connecting 3 wires. And getting root, especially on older devices. I have to say that people are getting more and more aware of this, and they're improving their security statute to have better products and not be as easy as this is. But yeah, you still see it, and especially in the cheaper IoT market. And it is cool to have a smart home, and it is cool to be able to have Alexa turn out your lights. But if that is the way that someone could steal your intellectual property, it's probably not that cool. So there's also more advanced attacks. So these are like the simple attacks, but you could also like eavesdrops the communication between certain components. So we already talked about serial communication. There's something like I2C, which is a master-slave communication type of thing, where the MCU communicates with sensors, with memory modules, and you could just connect wires to the data lines and just read whatever is transmitted. So if you have a special trusted platform module on your device, it probably needs a private key of some sort to be able to encrypt the data that is communicated over the board. If you are able to read the key in plain text, then you will be able to decrypt the communication. And if this plain text password is used over all these devices, you will be able to hack another device as well. And if it's connected to the internet, you will make it very, very easy. Another thing that you see is that security is not only the hardware. Hardware is to get access in a backdoor kind of way to the source code that's on a machine. But yeah, it's a combination of hard and software. So it could be that this specific combination of firmware and hardware is safe, but the next one is not, or this one is not safe and the next one is. So if you are providing online access to the firmware, then if you have an unencrypted firmware, then you could just use a Kali installation and use tools to do scraping on the file, like strings to look at data, or binwalk to extract all the commands, or foremost, or scapel, or whatever to extract all the data, and then you could read the code. So you don't actually need the device. You just need the firmware to extract all the crown jewels from it. But you see that people are migrating to more secure environments where the files are signed and are encrypted. But if you're introducing encryption, then there will be a point in time where you have to have like an unencrypted version, a change of the loading procedure of the specific file that you either do by uploading a binary file using a website, or provision using TFTP, or insert a USB stick with a special magic name. But that will encode the file. So if you have that one available online, then people can use tools such as IDA or Ghidra to reverse engineer those schemes to be able to decode how this specific procedure works, and allow them to reverse engineer the code and use that code to decrypt the latest firmware. And there's a talk online, I think DEF CON or CCC, about the Moxa serial modules that use that. So having these things online, having this data online, is also making you vulnerable to these kind of attacks. So it's like, from a convenience standpoint, you don't have to interact with your customer to have them update to the latest version. But this will introduce stuff as well. We already talked about Shodan. I did not explain what Shodan actually is, but Shodan positions itself as the Google for refrigerators. So whereas Google just looks at the web ports like port 80 and port 443 to see what kind of words are appearing on your website and allow users via a special algorithm to find a specific site. So I want to see like a website on assembling computers, or I want to find a cooking site. I type in cooking, and if my specific site has a lot of words related to cooking, it will pop up. But there's another site called Shodan, and this will look at all the ports of the specific device and will show whatever messages this is broadcasting. So if you have a telnet port, for instance, that is open on the internet, port 23, then it would show telnet, please do not enter. You will be prosecuted if you enter username, passwords, and maybe even a version. And if this version pops up in a vulnerability database, then you will know that the site is insecure and allowing users to log into your site since it was online. So just putting everything online is a risk. And sometimes people don't even know that they are doing that. Lately, I bought like a NAS setup, and it requested to open the UPnP, no, not UPnP, the other one. I forgot the name, but there's a way where you can automatically configure your network ports or your firewall ports to be open for a specific device. So you don't even know that your router is asking or your smart light is asking your router to open up a port to redirect all the data. So it would be good to search for yourself or scan your network from a different port, like look at what the IP address of your network is by whatismyip.com, and then use another connection to scan your network from the outside. Because if you don't, malicious actors will. And if you are using a NAS in your home, which has an open port and has a vulnerability, but contains copies of your password, criminals will use that and sell those data, or will buy cars or houses or whatever with your and do identity theft. So be careful what you connect to the internet, and monitor yourself as well. So I already talked about installing stuff and not configuring it properly. There are sites online that allow you to search for default credentials. So if you have like a specific database or a specific router or whatever, you could just type in the name and the model of the device. It will show, well, this used to be like root, and then they changed to root admin, and now it's root admin exclamation mark. So change those passwords. And there's also more advanced stuff. So what you can do is look at the devices itself. So a specific component like a microcontroller or sensor only works in under certain conditions. So it needs to be not colder than 30 degrees and needs not to be warmer than 80 degrees. And will only work if you supply it with that much electricity, or cannot work if you have electromagnetic radiation. So these are the limits of the device. But if I have malicious intents, I will induce errors by altering the power, by replacing the crystal on the board that has the pulse in which it sends, hey, microcontroller, I want you to process this calculation now and now and now. So what happens if I do this so much that the microcontroller is creating errors? Could I use these errors to let me in the hardware as well? So could I bypass authentication by cooling down something, by adding light to it, by replacing, by turning a 0 into a 1 by adding 5 volt on a specific moment? So these are very complicated attacks, and usually most of the older hardware at least has like the previous attack, like opening up a device, connecting a few wires, pressing enter, hacker voice, I'm in. But you could also like tear stuff apart, like dissolve circuit boards and decap the data. So you won't find this into your device as well, but you could like dissolve this in very dangerous acid to make these pins available. And I was working on a device that had a leg cut off, so I was not able to connect to it. And I used a Dremel to sand off a piece of the casing of the chip, and I was able to connect to that wire to get access to a device. So even though the leg is gone, the inside still has the connection. So if you're able to get physical access to a device, that will allow you in, usually a lot of time to get into a device. And there were some awesome talks about hardware I/O and wear, also as in wearing a shirt, by Peter Bosch. And he did a talk on how to read a chip by looking under a self-crafted microscope at a chip to see all the connections and all the transistors to be able to read the data on the chip on an old model of a CPU. So this is an Intel slot 2 Pentium 2. So by looking at the imagery of a device, you're able to read the data on the device. And yeah, that's pretty cool, but this usually takes months, if not years. Another thing that you can do is induce errors by adding laser light to something, or adding electromagnetic field or radiation or whatever. So this needs a specific setup. A colleague of mine worked for her internship at Riscure and did research on glitching software using laser light injection. So imagine to have like a large grid, and you move like a little bit every time and see if the processor still stays doing what it's supposed to be, or reboots itself, or has like a different register, and you could use that in your advantage. But even on simple things, just like a Raspberry Pi, and I think this is a Raspberry Pi 2, there was a component in here that did not have casing, and they discovered the flaw as soon as a photographer was taking pictures with a flash, xenon flash, so it's like a high intensity flash. The device rebooted. So by having components that do not have enough conductive material on the top, you can even make a device crash. And I'm currently working on this one, and let me show you. This is a chip whisperer, and this is a device that's able to do side channel analysis. So imagine a specific calculation to take a specific amount of electricity. You will be able to identify certain mathematical instructions in the process. So by looking up close to the power usage, you will be able to read the in-depth encryption of a key. And by being able to do 40 or force a device into do 40 key instructions, you will be able to read out the key of the chip. And if you like more of this, there's a YouTube channel, Live Overflow, has epic videos, like for the starters to work your way on power glitching, but also on reverse engineering, and really kind guy. So if you're producing hardware, using hardware, have your hardware tested, especially if you're in the corporate environment and if you're using like IoT stuff, adding it to your network, segregate stuff, isolate it into a separate network. So whenever something goes wrong, you monitor whatever is happening. Like if you have like this smart light and you throw it in the bin, and it is a simple smart light that just connects to Wi-Fi, this smart light will contain your Wi-Fi password. So someone could do a dumpster dive, get the light out, get the chips off, read the chips, and has your plain text password that allows you to log into your network using a laptop and break into your infrastructure. So careful how you dispose these devices. Old routers, have them properly disposed. And it's even more cool to learn how to do this yourself, and you're already watching this workshop. So you have a start, but there's a lot of people online doing this stuff. And for me, like Twitter is a gold mine. There's a lot of cool people. Joe Fitzpatrick, Cyber Gibbons, Joe Grant. If you look on Twitter, there's a lot of people sharing their research online and giving you insight in how stuff works. So go around, watch DEF CON videos, Black Hat, CC, BSides. There's a lot of cool and interesting information. So if you look at the OWASP, there's a special OWASP for IoT devices, and a lot of the stuff that you see in here is also something that you see in software sites. But the advantage of doing hardware hacking over software hacking is that you already have the source code. In a way, depends on what you're able to extract. If it's like a microcontroller firmware, or if it's like a file system containing Linux files. Sometimes a medical device is just an Android phone in a box. So take a look at the OWASP top 10 of the Internet of Things as well, because they will guide you on how to make devices more secure. And speaking of secure, adding just a lock on your website as a relation to hardware is not how it works. So security should be part of the life cycle of creating a device. So in Europe we have GDPR that will tell you about how to cope with the data. So you have to think up front, what is the data that I want to store? How am I going to store this? How am I going to transfer this data? Will this data be encrypted in transit? Will this data be encrypted at rest? Will this device work forever, or can I somehow disable this device if it is too old to prevent people from getting hacked? Like my banking app. If my banking app is too old, I can no longer connect to my bank because I need to install an update. And if my telephone is too old to install the update, I cannot connect to the bank. So those are all questions that you have to keep in mind by designing hardware and software as well. Are there any questions or remarks, or do you have like questions or remarks?
Let me just wait for the chat to catch up, and I'll let you know.
Because it's a lot of information.
So I saw a question in Discord regarding patch management. And so basically what the question is that, how is software security different than hardware, in terms basically meaning that in software, you can just release a patch, apply it to all the softwares that are running. But in hardware, if a product is released and it's being mass produced.
It is mass produced. If you look at, for instance, the ESP31, it features over-the-air updates. So you are able to upgrade the hardware, but from a software side. So if there's a flaw in the implementation of OpenSSL, for instance, and there's an update, you can flash your hardware with the new upgrade as well. That's featured in the hardware itself, at least at specific devices such as ESP32. However, if you are using hardware encryption that's based on a chip, and if it's probably hardware encryption, you're not allowed to alter it, as that will create like a vulnerability. So it is static. If you have a YubiKey, like the OTP way of in a hardware way, you cannot upgrade the firmware. So if there's a vulnerability in a previous version of YubiKey, you cannot fix it by an upgrade by design. So you have to replace the device. So what you can do is, if you want to make it secure, you can render it useless. So if this specific hardware device connects to your backend, and a new flaw will introduce a breach on your backend, and you're not able to solve it by altering your backend, you could prevent the hardware device from connecting to your network.
So we've got maybe 7 or 8 questions right now as well.
Yeah, sure.
So do you want to tackle these questions at the end, or are you?
No. Do them right now.
Okay. So what sites do you prefer for reading about embedded chips information? Any good one which collect all at one place? So maybe like a dump or even a stash, I would call it.
This is a very hard one. Looking at the hardware, and we come back to that later, where I explain it in detail. Having information about a specific chip requires you to read the datasheet, and datasheet is a PDF with like 600 pages describing the limits of the chip and the power that it needs, and the instruction set that's on it, and the levels that you communicate with it. And depending on the vendor, this is publicly available information. So like if you're doing like the Atmel or ST microcontroller stuff, then you can probably just type in the name and the word datasheet, and then the device pops up. And maybe you could help by adding file type :PDF, as those files are usually PDF files, to pop them up. But recently I run into a chip that has a specific number, and I needed to have the converter that turned that specific number into a model that allowed me to read the data. So there's a bit of obfuscation in finding these things as well. So what I try to do is find a chip that is as close as possible to the specific chip. Could be like a previous version, since they did not release this one, since I already have the device before it's released to market. But try and find it that way. And the other thing I do is like connect a logic analyzer or an oscilloscope to the pins to see this is a data pin, and this communicates in UART, this communicates in SPI, this communicates in I2C, and I have my logic analyzer interpret these protocols to see if there's something readable on the chip as well. And sometimes they even send off the model numbers, so you're not able to see what the brand is and what the type is of the chip. And what you then do is you look at the housing of the chip. So this is a SMD chip which has 64 pins. And then you look up all the available brands that have a chip in such a housing. and look at their pinouts. So pin 1, next to the dot, should be VCC. So you measure with your multimeter if that pin is VCC and rule out any that are not. And then you, by measuring the chip, try to correlate between that specific chip and the data sheets that you have available to read the data. But it's a hard one. Would be epic if there was like one site that features them all. That will save me a lot of time.
Okay, so the second question that I have is, OWASP for IoT is more towards software side. Yeah. Can you describe some hardware vulnerabilities?
The hardware vulnerabilities are usually the part where the chips are not encrypted, where you have access to the physical device itself, where it's not properly secure. So if you look like very secure devices like HSMs, which are used for having secure payment transactions, these devices have like tripwires installed. So whenever I take out the device with force and shake it too much, it will erase itself. It will have like a cage around it. So if I try to drill inside the chip, I will hit 2 wires and it will kill itself. If I have like a pin terminal, there will be switches that I trigger if I open up the device to kill itself. So these are measures that will make the device more secure, but they will come at a price. So it's usually on getting your way to the inside of the device more than like most of it is software related. So usually my task is to get the software. So get the firmware, get the dump of the file system, and I will kick it over the fence to someone that is an expert in reverse engineering it. So we all collaborate on hacking a device. But I never do it alone. I always collaborate with the guys from software as well. I can do it, but they are much faster than I am.
So another question, USRP is quite expensive and can't be imported in our country. Can you suggest some cheap alternatives for full duplex radio, or if we can make our own?
The USRP is a very cool device, as it is full duplex, where the HackerRef is a single duplex. You can team up two HackerRefs to make a full duplex device. It depends on the frequency range that you are aiming at. Like a lot of interesting frequencies are below the 1 gigahertz. So sub-gigahertz communication, and that CC1111 chip is a chip that will do with some holes in the frequency range, but at least like 868 and 433 and 170 something. Those are free frequencies that you can use, but a lot of the IoT stuff is in that area. So you will be able to read the key fob of a car, and you will be able to read the data that's transmitted from your weather station. And that CC1111 you can get from Texas Instrument as a developer kit. So that might be a way to get your hands on that kind of software defined radio. Specifically for 433, you have Arduino components. That's RF transceivers, and they work either on 433 or on 315 megahertz, which is American based. And that could work as well, and those are more available. And the CC1111, if you have that kit, you also need like a programmer, which will make it more expensive, because the programmer will cost you another 50 euros. So you have 100 euros in total. Yeah, but it's still single. The Hack 5 shop features the Yardstick 1, which is actually a CC1111 on steroids. So it is the software-defined radio that's able to transmit, but it has like an amplifier on the back, so you extend the range. But yeah, the USRP is a very advanced device, and there's not really something that would easily replace it. Blade RF could be a way to do as well. Blade RF 40, which is around 400 or 500 euros, which is full duplex as well.
For these devices, are there service manuals or user manuals available online as well? For example, if someone's trying to find all the components and build it themselves, or is there like proprietary info?
Don't know that by heart.
There's something to, I think.
Yeah, could be open source, like Gerber files that you can create your own circuit boards and just acquire the components and assemble them. But I don't know that by heart. You have to look into that.
Right. So there's like two questions, but I think they overlap a bit. So I'll just combine them into one. So for hardware kits, when you're trying to pen test IoT devices, do you buy them according to what the engagement is going to be like, or is there a default go-to kit? And the second question is, if you can share some vulnerable hardware IoT devices that you can use to get your hands dirty, or beginner friendly as well.
Yeah, that's part of this slide deck as well. So that's already included. So I'll come back to that later. First part of your question is, how does it work? Do you buy certain devices? If companies want us to test their hardware, we have to sign all contracts on how to work on that. But they will assign multiple people to a specific project. So there will be people testing the infrastructure, so doing the test against the backend of this ecosystem. There will be people testing the software side of the hardware device, and there will be people testing the hardware side of the device. So there will be people on premise testing the infrastructure, and there will be people remotely in our office testing the hardware. And usually I want to at least break one device. So I get 2 or 3 or 4 devices that I can totally tear apart. So the first device, I will document everything, take pictures of the outside, take pictures of the security screws, take pictures of each and every layer of the device, take pictures of all the components, the chips, the serial numbers. So I have a microscope under which I create all my evidence files. And usually the first time I don't know how to securely open it. But if I broke like the first one, then I know, if you slide it a little bit here, or if you use like special tools, and sometimes something as simple as a credit card in between would like tilt the casing a bit so I can open it without any evidence on it. So first time I break it. And the second time I'm able to replay the data, but the customer itself is supplying the data. I have to say that I'm very determined on being successful. So sometimes I'm not allowed to do stuff on their hardware, and this might be hardware that is already available commercially. So I buy a device out of my own pockets to have like a spare device to test an attack that I want to perform but cannot perform due to the regulations on that specific device. So then I cannot say this works. But on a specific device that we bought and tested these attacks on, I can make this work. So we recommend you to have this tested as well.
Okay, so a follow-up question on the last. The ISM band in Pakistan is 2.4 and 5.0 gigahertz.
Yeah.
So that's the limitations, and the devices you mentioned are also quite expensive as well.
Yeah.
So I would say, yeah, any open source projects that you can maybe like after the whole workshop, you can mention it or on your Twitter or something like that.
Yeah. Let people reach out via Twitter. I will answer all your questions as far as I can. For Wi-Fi, it's 2.4 and 5.8 gigahertz, but usually there are different frequencies as well. So if you have a way to open your garage door remotely, it needs to be transmitted, and you don't need to get a special permit to have such a device. So these are open frequencies. So I think you need to look into the guidelines by the department that sets these regulations. But the frequencies for Wi-Fi are 2.4 and 5.8 gigahertz, but there are other RF frequencies that you can use. So if there's something wireless and it's not using Wi-Fi, it must be a different frequency. And we come back to that later as well, as I can tell you what the frequencies are of those devices.
These are all the questions so far.
Cool. Thanks. I really value the interactiveness of the people. So thanks.
No problem.
So how to approach stuff. So there's different levels in which you can hack hardware. So there's console ports, the debug ports, the UARTs that allow you interaction. And this is comparable like booting a Windows computer and looking at the BIOS, or booting a Linux computer and looking at whatever it is doing using boot up. So stuff that you will usually see there is I'm booting, this is my version number, this is the person that built it, this is his or her email address, these are the IP addresses, these are the MAC addresses. So this already contains a lot of valuable information. So if you see that they're using BusyBox 1.25, you can already look up BusyBox 1.25 in the vulnerability database to see if there's a vulnerability. And there were some crazy vulnerability, especially in like Linux-based systems, where if you type backspace for 40 times, you would defeat like a login screen or have different stuff. The other thing is the JTAG port, and there's different kinds of JTAG. The picture is like a ST-Link JTAG. So this is using SWD, single wire debugging, having a clock and a data to program stuff. So most of the IoT stuff is using this one, but there's another one as well, and this is binary data. So you won't be able to read this. But there's software that you can use. It's called OpenOCD that allows you to interconnect with the hardware, and you will be able to debug the hardware. So you could run a program and connect the OpenOCD to it to halt the software and change something and continue the software again. So it's really advanced, and it's used to provision the device, but also to debug the device, and can be used to assess devices as well. You could read the communication between different components using a logic analyzer by just tapping into the wires and reading all the ones and zeros. And the logic analyzer software will usually tell you if I see this pattern of ones and zeros, it means someone is sending an A, or someone is sending a special number or a special code or whatever. So you are able to read the data. So there's a couple of protocols that you see. There's the most important ones are I2C and SPI, as they connect to other equipment and to memory modules. You could take off the chips, and this is like a really simple model, CH341, that allows you to read the content of the EEPROM, and the EEPROM usually contains like serial numbers, like default settings, model and brand number, maybe a firmware, but you could also read like flash memory, eMMC memory that will contain a file system, like as if you are reading a USB stick or an SD card or a SSD device. So the device itself will have like multiple multiple partitions, where you boot using one partition and then continue using another, because the way most hardware work is like a staging way. There's like an initial part, a bootloader that allows you to refresh the device or check something, and there's like a Linux part that will run the actual software. And you could like introduce faults by modifying all the side things. And this is the chip whisperer, and this is the cheapest one. So on the left you see like a micro USB connection, and on the right you see the chip. So this is a break-off board. It's actually the device itself that's able to listen to the hardware and induce like faults on the power lines. And the right one is like a tiny microcontroller that is vulnerable to such attacks. So you can try and learn how these things work. And I think this is priced at €50. So it's really cheap to get started on this. So I want to deep dive into protocols. So there's a lot of them. So we already mentioned like I2C, SPI, RS232, but there's also things I heard SIP before. We had like the OBD2 that talks CAN bus if you have like longer range communication as RS485. So there's an endless list of hardware. But the cool thing is, if you're working with a logic analyzer, you just have to point out which are the specific data pins, and you can just select any of these protocols to be interpreted. So that's very cool. And if you want to get your hands dirty, there's the Salea that you can use, which is a very cool tool. And if you are on a tight budget, you can also get stuff that work on open source software. PulseView is the name of the open source software, and it will allow you to do the same thing. It's less fancy, but will still do the same. So what I'm going to do is show you one of the protocols. This is UART. And if you know how one of these works, you know actually how all of these work. So the interpretation is a little bit different, but it's all about ones and zeros. So actually, the logic analyzer hardware itself is like a tiny FPGA chip, which is a software-defined hardware chip that is able to read data on a fast pace. It's like a multimeter measuring the voltage. So is this 5 volt? Yes. Is this 0 volt? Yes. Is it 5 volt? Yes. Is 5 volt? Yes. And just converting voltages into numbers. And actually the software of the logic analyzer is interpreting those ones and zeros into a readable text or into interpretable text. So this is a character, and this is the ASCII character S, which is 0x53 in hex. And this is being transmitted from one side to the other. And there's like a small animation here. So the data is being sent from one side to another. And since it's being pushed over the line, it's being reversed. And it's being put into buffers to make this all work. So this is how it is being transmitted, but I want to go even a step deeper into this and have you understand the ones and the zeros. So what we are going to do is we are going to communicate with a very old computer. So this is a PDP-11. In the Netherlands, we still have those in the museum where you can look at the inside of those. And we're going to use a very modern computer using Windows and PuTTY. PuTTY is a device, a piece of software that allows you to communicate both on the network using Ethernet, but there's also a setting to set it up for serial communication. So we're setting this up for serial communication, and we need a number of things. Since we only have like a ground as a base level, an RX and a TX, and don't have a clock, we need to have some sort of agreement on how fast we are sending and how fast we are listening. Because if we have different settings on both sides, it's like having someone talk German to someone who only understands French. So you won't be able to understand each other. Well, if you have a clock that will send like a pulse, this is the time in which you have to read it, this is the time in which I'm going to send. So as we do not, all the data will start at a high level. So if you are using your multimeter and just connect one wire to the ground and the other to the data pin, it will measure a high voltage. And that could be any value. We'll dive into that a little bit later, but let's say it's 5 volt. So this is 5 volt. So we're measuring 5 volt. And as soon as the communication starts, it will pull down the data to 0. So I'm pulling down to 0, so it's low. I'm starting the communication. And now the data is being sent, a number of data bits. And this is either 7 or 8, depending on the communication. And since like nowadays, we're all communicating in bytes, in 8 bits. But back in the days, there were like systems that still use 7 bits. So if you are connecting like on old infrastructure, on power plants, on whatever, you might run into systems that still require 7-bit communication. Then there was this parity bit that you could set. And this parity bit is actually some sort of a CRC, but not a CRC of an entire program, actually CRC or just one character. So to be sure that the data that was being sent was being received at the other side, you could set a parity bit. And you had to determine what the parity state was. So we set it to be even. And for even, the value needs to be 0 when the numbers or ones is even. So 1, 2, 3, 4, it's even. So it needs to be a 0. If it's not, it will give an error depending on the software that you use, that there's data being corrupted if you send it over the line. Nowadays, we don't do that anymore. We just send a bunch of data. We calculate like a SHA hash or a MD5 hash to see if the integrity of the file is correct. But back in the days, you could even do this. So nowadays, we probably would say none. Disable the parity bit. That will save like some time and some space as well. But you could say it's either odd or even, depending on your preference. So it doesn't really matter. Same protocol, but you need like to make a choice. There's also 2 other things. So there's mark and space. And previously I showed that these data bits are in the reverse order. So actually the last bit is the first bit. So what you could do is have a 7-bit computer communicate with an 8-bit device by adding a 0 to the end. And adding it to the end in a reversed order will make it like the first bit. So you could make everything like 7 bits with a 0 up front. So if it's a 0, it doesn't even matter. But you are able to communicate between 2 different devices and have like the protocol do the migration in the data. So you don't need to retrieve all the 7 bits data and then run a program to turn it into 8-bit. That's actually embedded in the protocol itself. So you could set it to mark and prefix it by a 1 or suffix it in the communication, or set it to space, which means 0. So these are the settings. Like a lot of people have seen them, don't know what they are. This is what they are. Another thing that you could do is add a stop bit, that you have to do, is add a stop bit to it. So usually this is 1. So there would be 8 data bits, no parity, and 1 stop bit. But you could also do 2 or 1.5 or 1.253 for all I care, since the data is high now. So in idle mode, it is high, so it won't do anything with the data unless it's being pulled down again. So why would you use more bits? This is like the uttering between words. If I talk very fast, then you won't be able to understand me. But if I talk slow, so if I leave some spaces between the words, it's easier to understand what I'm actually saying. So the DMX protocol is a protocol that's very fast. So to prevent flaws in the communication, it uses some extra space between the bytes. So DMX protocol actually has 2 stop bits for the communication. So, and then we start all over again. So this is like how the data communication is being transmitted over the line. And this is the same for every protocol, but like if you use I2C, for instance, you have a number in front, like, hello, master, I am 34, or the master is doing the initiation. So the master says, hey, 34, can you tell me what the temperature is? And then all the devices will listen, but only act if they are addressed with the correct ID code. So if the ID code is 34, it will react, and this is my temperature, and give it back. So it's like a ring with different clients, and only the ones with the correct IP addresses will respond on the action. So that's I2C. And SPI works a little bit different. So it has like MISO and MOSI. So I'm sending from master in, slave out, master out, slave in. So those are the direction. Like RX and TX only mean so much from one point of view, wherein master in, slave out, master out, slave in determine which side the data is being communicated. So from a client side, master out, slave in is receive, and master in, slave out is transmit. So they're using different namings for different different pins, different communication lines. And for SPI, you have a special data line, so you have to activate the device by setting a line. So although it is a much faster communication protocol, it needs extra lines on your circuit board. So if you only have 1 device, it's okay. But if you have 10 devices connected to your bus, then you need 10 cable select lines to your circuit board, making it maybe too complex. So already talked about MOSI and MISO. TX and RX only mean so much in relation to the side that you are communicating from. So in a UART connection, connecting TX to TX is like tin can communication. You have 2 tin cans with a rope in between, and if you talk to one, then if you talk at the same time, you won't hear each other, and if you listen at the same time, you won't hear each other either. So you need to connect the TX cable on one side to the RX cable on the other side, and this is called a cross cable. And we used to have like cross cables for Ethernet as well, and now it's like auto switching, so no one cares anymore. But this is how it's being set. Another thing that you see here on the image of the red device called FTDI, and FTDI is USB to UART device. Actually, the manufacturer is FTDI. It has 2 voltage levels. So this will indicate what the voltage is of a 1. So it could be either 3.3 or 5 volt for this specific device. So this is the DB9 that we saw earlier, and this was initially designed for connecting modems to your computer. And modem is like a device modulator, demodulator, that's the abbreviation, that allows to turn data into sound by allowing you to send it over telephone lines. And you still see that by people that using faxes. So if you take up the phone, you will hear this squeaky sound that will be the data that's being sent of the image that's being processed. So you have the way where you communicate and test all the individual characters by having the parity bit, but there's some other things as well, like the PDP-11 needs some more time to process all the data than the Windows machine that we have nowadays. So we might want to stall the communication, and there's measures being built in to the RS-323 communication called flow control. So if you look at flow control, there's multiple ways to set it. So there's a couple of wires in the device. So we already have the ground, the receive, and the transmit data. Those are 3 wires. But there's also wires that indicate request to send and clear to send. And you can compare this with someone instructing a plane to land or to lift up by using the flags. So I have certain ways of telling that you need to stop and you can accelerate. This is on the cables as well. So I want to transmit the data, so I sent a request to send a signal to the other side, and the other one said responds with a clear to send. So you're allowed to send, and you have the same one of the other way around. So it's like listening. The one way is sending, and the other way is listening. So request to send to clear to send, and the other way around as well. And there's also another method where you have data set ready contained to data terminal ready, and you can select one of those 2 wires. So the request to send has to be set high by the clear to send, and it's the same with the data set ready, data terminal ready. But if you only have 3 wires and you still want to be able to stall the communication, there's another method, and it's called X on X off. And X on X off are actually 2 characters in the ASCII alphabet. So it's Control S and Control Q, or Alt 19 and Alt 17, or Hex 13 and 11. And these are characters, special characters that pause the communication. So if I send, if I'm in a serial terminal and I send a Control S, the other end will stop communicating with me. So if you install PuTTY from scratch, it will be set to X on X off. And I suggest you to alter that to none and save the configuration, as it will introduce errors. Come back to that in the next slide. There's some pins in here that I did not talk about, which is the CD and the RI. So since this was being used for communication with modems, there's 2 states that you want to know. So if someone is calling you on the telephone, then you would hear like a ringing sound. So you would know someone is trying to communicate with me. So RI is actually standing for ring. So this ring would actually send in the software ring as well. So as soon as people see ring, you could say answer this phone after 2 rings, after 5 rings, or immediately after the first ring. To be able to auto answer the other side. Could even look at the telephone number. So if it receives the telephone number and it gets a ring, and this telephone number matches the calling party that is in the trusted list, then it will answer the phone, and otherwise it will just keep it ringing. So there are some security measures were in there as well. And as soon as you send a command, like for modems, there were these haze commands, and you will still see those in the GSM modules we use today. There's like AT, attention, and then a specific command. So ATA is answer the phone. ATH is hang up the phone. ATDT is dial tone. And whenever you answer the phone, and there was like a connection between, so there was like some interaction. I'm trying to send data on this speed. No, this is too fast. It comes in garbled. So let's drop down a frequency, and then it tries to determine the ideal frequency for this specific infrastructure, and then it has a standing connection. And as soon as it has a standing connection, it would have like a carrier detected. So we have a standing line. So the CD pin is actually for the carrier detect. And although this is old communication, you will still see this on power plants, in data centers, and on all the other stuff. And recently, I think maybe a couple of years ago, Joe Grant created this gadget that you can build out of stuff that is in old CD players, like laser. No, not from CD plays, actually from radio systems, where you read light. And what people did at the time is their fuel gauge to indicate if data was being transmitted was not like a random blink of data. This LED was actually in line with the communication of the receive or transmit button. So there was a LED, or there is a LED on that specific device that is connected to the receive button. So all the ones are being the LED on, and all the zeros are being the LED off. So if you have physical access to this device, and if you're able to read this, you could just hold this device in front of the LED and actually read what is being transmitted. So you could eavesdrop on the data being transmitted from modem to modem by just having access, but just being able to see the light of the specific device. And yeah, that's like blew my mind. So you see that by being lazy and not having like proper indicators on your device, people will be able to use side channels to extract data from it. So I talked about the baud rates that are being set. Those are determined by a special component, shiny silver component, which is a crystal which will create a pulse every now and then. And this one has a 1.84325 CB. So that's 1.8 million times a second it will create a pulse. And this is a special number. And this is in the chips for serial communication. So if you divide this number by a special divider, you will see numbers that you might recognize if you ever work with serial communication, like 9600, like modems, 20K8, 57K6, 115-200. So these are determined by this one component that's in there, and by dividing this, you will be able to read the data. And nowadays there's different crystals, so you can communicate in multiple millions. But this is how it works. So every if you go to 115-200 baud, then you will have 115,000 times a second. There will be a probe to see if something is either a 1 or a 0. And if you probe that every 150,000 times, you will read different stuff than when you probe half of it every 57,000 times a second. So if you do not have the matching baud rates on either sides, then you will have garbage on your screen. So the challenge that we have on the end, and we're now on slide 85 of 104, will have a challenge where you need to determine the baud rate. So it will start with garbled stuff. So you need to set the correct baud rate to get started. And this is the same thing when you are going to a hardware hack. Connecting the 3 wires is not enough. You need to know the speed. But there's a table that you can use, and in most of the times, it depends on the time the device was created, on what is the preferred baud rate. So could be older devices could be 9600, and newer device could be 115,000 and something in between. So you need to figure that out yourself. So already talked about whenever I start stuff, I make a lot of pictures. So I'm using OneNote, since that allows me to collaborate with my colleagues, take pictures, put them online. They will see the serial numbers, the vendors, the model numbers, and they can go in a hunt to find the correct data sheets for it. And using high resolution images, you would also see what components are connected to what other components. So my worst enemy for these assignments is time. And there's multiple ways of time. So my client only has a budget for testing this device for 1 person for 5 days, or for 10 persons for 30 days, depending on what device it is and how much time it will take to test it. So this is a certain budget that is spent on a device. So I cannot spend more time on it commercially on assessing this hardware. But mind you, if I do not have root at the end of this session, I most likely want to continue in my spare time and still find this vulnerability, as that will make an impact to my customer and most likely result in having another assignment the next time. So that's the reason that I buy stuff to test stuff on as well. Another thing is these devices are connected to their infrastructure, most probably. So they have a backend, they have a server farm, they have an AWS, whatever that it connects to. And they spin up their test environment to connect to. They will turn that off at one moment in time. So I cannot do anything with that. And there's another thing is they bring me this device, but there's this special chip, and I need a special connector to be able to clamp on the chip to read the communication, or to take off this special component, or there's a special pin header that I need to solder to the board to have a firm connection to test it. And I need to order these from China or America or whatever. That will take some time, even though I'm using FedEx or DHL and money is not an issue. I need to have it in time. sometimes it takes up to a month to get my hardware delivered. So over time, I've built on like a large stack of hardware to cope with most situations. But every time I run into like a new thing, like this is like state-of-the-art latest stuff and will require some medical connector that I don't have, and I still want to connect to it, I can cheat that. And you can cheat that as well. So if you want to look at hardware and you don't have the hardware on site, under American regulations, hardware that emits radio frequency needs to be registered with the FCC. So if you turn a device upside down, or if you look on your mobile phone in the settings, or if you look on your remote control, there needs to be a sticker on the bottom that states FCC ID and a specific number. So this FCC ID, and I took one of my Lego Mindstorms NXT brick, has a specific number. And if I go to fcc.io and I type in this number, I will see the test reports. And these test reports will show in the middle on the top the Faraday cage in which this was tested to see if the radio frequency emittance was within the boundaries that the government has set for this particular country. So you will see that this heart monitor or this remote control or this wireless camera is communicating on 2.4 gigahertz, 5.8 gigahertz, 43 megahertz, 1.5 kilohertz, whatever. So you will find that in the test reports. Companies can choose to not be there because of reasons, but most companies are. And this will give me already an insight in what kind of device that I can expect. So whenever I need to test something, there will be a sales process at the start. So someone needs to come up with like the planning and have like agreement up front. You can only test this from this IP range, and there's all kind of stuff that needs to be handled upon that I don't want to be bothered with. I just want to do hardware hacking, but this takes time. So in this process, I already asked the customer for a picture of the bottom of the device with stickers, because I can already look up the circuit board and see, hey, I see devices with 18 pins. I see BGA chips. I see an USB connector. I see a micro SD card. I see this specific device. So I can already order the gear that I think that I need for this device to be able to assess it. So if you want to go on a treasure hunt, go to FCC, type in names of vendors, type in FCC IDs that you run around on radio controlled stuff. And your question that you asked earlier, is there something that you can obtain to get started on it as well? Yeah, there is. So you should ask all your non-technical relatives to do not dispose of any internet-connected stuff, like old routers, old devices. And especially routers. There's a website, openwrt.org, and this is the firmware on which the Wi-Fi Pineapple was based. This allows you to have like a router of a specific brand being repurposed with a different open source firmware. So a lot of people made write-ups on this page on where you can find the JTAG port, where you can find the UART port, where how you can flash it, what vulnerability you can induce to bypass the protection to install this open source firmware on it. So if you want to get your hands dirty, see if the router that you can obtain, either secondhand, Craigslist, family, relative, buy cheap, to see if it's already on this website. And you can start by replaying whatever they did. So I have to say that looking at this, for instance, is a Linksys Cisco router WRT 45G Linux version. There are different hardware models as well. So I had this specific router that I want to perform like a test attack on, and there were 17 different models of the circuit board. So the initial one would like have all the pins on it, and then they like cut out part of it, so it was no longer squared. And then they removed the debug pins, and then they improved every time with a new version. So having just the box version and the model number on top, you also need a hardware revision. But most likely older router stuff will be written on here. So you could start by replaying whatever they did before. And if you feel confident enough, you could do whatever I'm going to show you in the next couple of slides. And if you got stuck, you can fall back to the documentation that's on here. And this really is a gold mine in relation to hardware security and router kind of stuff. Another thing you need is the date sheets. And we already talked about it. There's not one magical repository where you can download all the stuff. You need to find stuff on the vendor's website, and sometimes they only release it when you register yourself or if you're a trusted party. So especially for the more secure stuff, it will be hard. But if you're doing like IoT stuff, connected stuff, webcams, it's usually either Realtek, ST microcontrollers, Espressif. That's easy available, and you can just read your way in. And by looking at the pins, you can already, if there's no pin header for JTAG, for instance, you can just look JTAG up in the date sheet and solder wires to the pins itself. So you see SWD-IO, which is one of the SWD JTAG headers that allow you to read the data from a chip if it was not configured correctly. There's a lot of components on the board. We already talked about resistors and capacitors, but actually the only thing that I'm interested in is components, black components with at least 8 pins. So there's the ones in the middle, which are EEPROMs. And these are the ones that will contain the firmware or the settings or the serial numbers or the private keys. So the tiny programmer that I showed earlier allows to read the data from these chips. And actually the model numbers already disclose what kind of chip it is. So it's either starting with 24 generically, which is I2C, or it's starting with 25, which is SPI. And if it's SPI, you can just clamp like this special connector on top and read the data. There's a talk about how to do the evil housemate attack, where someone freezed up the chips and reprogrammed the firmware of the computer to no longer have a password, read the BitLocker key, and obtain the crown jewels. That's on SPI chips, on the 25s. You can read the 24s as well, but will be usually a little bit harder. Maybe you have to desolder pins. Usually I'm lazy and I just take off the chip, put them in a chip reader, and then place them back. In older stuff, in like industrial control systems, in traffic light control system, you will find the ones on the right, EEPROMs, without the prefixing E. and EEPROM stands for Electrical Programmable Read-Only Memory, and the E in front of it allows you to erase it as well. So in the old one, those are larger components, and they had like this glass window. And in order to format them or to erase them, you have to expose them to ultraviolet light. So these chips will have like a sticker on the top to prevent sunlight from shining in and damaging its content. And usually it has a version number of the software written on that specific sticker. So a mechanical engineer will drive to a traffic light setup, open up the cabinet on the side of the road, use a screwdriver to take this chip out and replace it with the ones that he has in the box, and the ones that he takes out could be reprogrammed to reuse again. Usually they will be replaced, but this is how it works. And then there's these other large chips. Those have certain functionality. So could be either microcontroller, but the microcontroller could host EEPROM inside as well. So microcontrollers are actually like CPUs with more components inside. So we'll have like random number generator, memory module, maybe sensors, timers, and other stuff. So they're usually more have more functionality than a CPU. But they usually work on a slower speed. So microcontrollers like the ESP works on 240 megahertz instead of gigahertz, but it has more components. The other one is the FPGA. An FPGA is like a software-defined piece of hardware that allows very fast communication, and it allows people to upgrade hardware as well. So you said, is it possible to upgrade hardware using FPGAs? It is. So you send out the definition of the logic of the chip, and on boot this will be loaded into the chip, and this chip will act according these rules. But you could also have like different chips, like something that provides radio communication, like Wi-Fi, like Bluetooth, Zigbee, Z-Wave. So those are usually the square chips with a lot of pins. And could we even with pins on the sides, or could we with balls on the bottom? There's like different models for them. So those are interested as well. FPGA, not as much. MCU could contain data, is also interested, but there's other rectangular chips, and they either have like pins on the side, on the short side, or pins on the long side. The pins on the long side are the RAM memory, so random access memory, and this is the memory that typically is being erased whenever you take off the power. I made a lie. That's not true. So over time, the data will be erased, but that will take at least a couple of minutes to do so. And you can extend this period of time by freezing it either with a dust spray. You can extend it for 10 minutes to still be able to read the data. So if you have a device that is dormant or that is in sleep mode, you will be able to extract data that is still in there, like BitLocker keys, all kind of other stuff. But since I'm testing new hardware, this is of no use to me because I get these devices powered off, and maybe they even came from the factory, so I don't even have any data on the device yet. So I don't care about RAM memory as hardware hacker. What I do care about is the one on the top left, which is the flash memory. And this will have like, is the same like a USB stick or a SSD or a hard drive. This is something that probably will be split up into different partitions. So might be a partition for the booting, might be a partition for debugging, might be a partition that contains like fallback memory. And this is something that whenever you turn off the device, it will still contain the data. This is where you will find the PHP files or CGI files that will run the web server, or the scripts that will address the hardware. So if you're able to take off that chip, and I did an exercise last weekend where I used like a chip off stuff to see the inside of the chips. I bought all the USB sticks on Amazon that were priced under €5. Took them apart, took the chips off to see what the chips were inside. So I just showed you one that has pins on the side. This is another one, and this actually has, it's hard to see, a USB connector. So this is a chip, but instead of having pins, it actually has a USB connector in the chip itself. So the entire chip is fabricated in a way that it can be concealed in only the top of the USB stick. And this is one that you will see more and more. It's kind of hard to see, but this is a lot of circles underneath, and this is BGA, ball grid array. So these are different chips that have like a lineup with chips, and they are set in such a way that there's balls of soldering on the bottom that allow you to connect it and not use a lot of space on the device. As it is saving space, it's also being a pain for me, as I'm not able to attach a wire to a leg of a pin, because the pins are underneath. And since some of these circuit boards are multiple level, it's hard to get access to it. So I either need access to the JTAG to address this device, or I need to take it off and use a special connector to dump the data off the chip. So these are the devices, take pictures from them, and work my way from there. There's another way, except for from looking at the datasheet and the pictures of the device, is looking at the circuit board itself. So if you look at the circuit board, you see a lot of different things. So there's white symbols on there, which is just paint. There's a dark green color on the circuit board, which is non-conductive, and there's like a light green part on it, which is conductive. But they are all shielded, so you cannot make any short circuits. And there's like silver parts on it that allows me to solder like switches to it. So all these have like special symbols. There's SW for switch, and there's C for capacitor, and there's R for resistor, and IC for integrated circuit. So this is the way that you can already look at certain things. And what you will find out is that like most of the ground pins are connected to the surface of the board, so to the light green part of the board, and maybe I can use my mouse. Are you able to see my mouse? The thicker lanes are usually for power distribution. So by looking at it, if it is connected like on all sides, if you look at the switches, for instance, the parts on the bottom have like connection to the entire surface, and those are ground pins. So on the right you will see the 5 volt, on the left you'll see the 5 volt pin being connected to a thicker line to be able to distribute the power equally. And most of the data lines will be thinner. So by looking visually at the device. Even if there was no white area, you would already be able to see which is which. So I created a method for myself to test the hardware. So what I did is, if you use a multimeter, and if you are able to do the continuing test. So on the multimeter, there's like this Wi-Fi symbol, the sound symbol, and if you just hold the probes against each other, you will be able to hear a beep to see if there's a connectivity between one point and another. So you turn off the device and you connect the device to like the ground of the adapter. And then you test any of the data pins. And if it beeps, you know it's ground. So you can already rule out all the pins that are ground. So if you have one ground, all the grounds are connected. If you have one ground, you can test another pin. So the second time, you just connect ground and connect the other pin to any of the data pins, turn on the device, and then you will have 3 different readings. Could be either 0, it could be a number, or it could be like a variable number. So if it's a 0, it is a 0. If it's a number, then it's probably a 1. And the level of the voltage, it being either 3.3 or 5 volt, will indicate the logic of the chip will communicate in 5 volt as a 1 or in 3.3 volt as a 1. And if it's variable, so if it's like 0, 1.8, 5 volt, 3.3, 0, 1, 0, you're actually looking at data. So this will be most likely the transmit pin from the debug port, from the UART port. So a little bit of explanation about ground. So these are a fan that you would have like in a desktop computer, and a Molex that you would have like on your older hard drive or CD-ROM player. And that fan could be connected to that connector. So the black pins indicate the ground, and the yellow was 12 volt, and the red one was 5 volt. So if you connect it to the black and the red wire of the fan to the yellow one, it would go at 12 volt, spinning very hard, spinning very loud. And if you connect the black one to the black one and the red one to the red one, it will be 5 volt, being not as loud, but not replacing the air a lot. So what you also could do is like not use the ground, but connect between the 12 volt line and the 5 volt line, and then you would like have a potential difference of 7 volt, being like in the middle of the 5 and the 12 volt, having something that is not as noisy, but transmitting a lot of air still. So if you are not measuring the correct ground and something that is 0 right now, that might change over time by the software that's on the device itself. So if you are measuring a device that is 0 volt now and will be 5 volt, and you're measuring with another pin that's 5 volt, the difference between those two is 0. So even though you think you are measuring 2 0 volt pins, you're actually measuring 2 5 volt pins because you did not measure ground. So to measure ground, get a multimeter that has at least a diode test or has the Wi-Fi signal. So the Wi-Fi signal will indicate that there's ground, and that will save you a neck ache. So if there's no Wi-Fi signal, if there's no audio, no continuity test, but there is a diode test, then you will be able to hold the pins against each other, and you will see a 0 when they are connected. But then you have to like hold the pins to your board and look at your multimeter, then look back at your board and do this over and over again. While if this multimeter would emit a sound, then you can only look at your board and just hear if there's a connection or not. So that will save you time and will save you like moving your head every now and then. And getting a multimeter, that's you can get them everywhere for a reasonable amount. I think I even have multimeters that cost me like €3 or €4. You don't have to buy a Fluke. So if you have a Fluke, that's amazing, best stuff ever. But if you have something that makes a sound and is able to show the voltage, you're able to do hardware hacking. So the voltages differ. So you can have something that is only working on 5 volt on the left. So there are some tolerances. So between 0.5 and 1.5, it's a 0, and between 3.5 and 4.4, it's a 1. And the third one has like no, I'm explaining it wrong. Between 0 and 0.5, it's a 0, and between 4.4 and 5, it's a 1. But you could also have stuff that's tolerant for different frequencies. My idea is to just measure the voltage, and if you see like that all the voltages on the pin header are top 5, then you need like a converter for 5 volt. If you see that they're all 2.5, you need a converter for 2.5 volt. Don't play with it, just keep using the voltage that you measured. Never assume, do not connect, measure. So, and if you are able to see like the data in a variable way, you will see data. And there's this movie called The Matrix, and at some point Neo is in the subway and he sees how the world actually works by seeing the code. That's how I feel when I see the multimeter jumping up and down. You could also cheat, connect a logic analyzer, and you would see like the ones and zeros over time. But I think you should learn how to read the data using a multimeter, because if you're able to do that, then under any circumstances you will be able to do hardware hacking. And it's just getting old stuff that no one uses anymore to get your hands dirty and get acquaintance with hardware. If you have a lot of money to spare, there's a page on GitHub, so you might want to take a picture of this one. This is the GitHub, the Hardware Hacker Toolkit, and this one has a lot of the gadgets from Hack5, but also Raspberry Pi, different software-defined radio. We had some questions about what could be replacement for the USRP, what data is there. This is like create your own USB rubber ducky. So most of the things is aimed at red teamers, penetration testers, but there's stuff in here as well for doing tests, doing USB scans, testing Bluetooth. You might want to look at this. So if you Google for Git hardware space hacking space toolkit, it is probably the first thing that will pop up. I host a YouTube channel where I take stuff apart, and it is not about me. It is about experiencing the path towards discovering new things. So during these streams, I do something that I never did before to like reinvent myself and start with something and walk along the road. So these are long streams. So this is not a slick stream. This is just nerds hanging out together. I think we are episode 15 now, and you can all find them back on YouTube. But this will take 4 hours to create communication between laser lights, creating your own cellular phone, discovering the port. So this entire process that I just described, I have a video explaining it all, like doing it on a scrap router. So you can watch this and see what I did and follow every step in mind to see how it works. And it's actually not that expensive to start at hardware hacking. So what I did is I have a box, don't have it here around, with all my gadgets. Some of them are very cheap gadgets. I think the most costly is probably 50 or 60 euros that is in this box. So if you go to this URL, then you will find the entire thread on Twitter that will state whatever is in the box, but you only need like 15 euros to get started. So what you need is like wires, the DuPont wires to connect to the pin headers that are on the board. You need a multimeter to measure the voltages of the device, and to make it easier, get the crocodile clamps and the banana connectors on the bottom right, so you have a firm connector. And you need a device to read the serial communication. So yeah, that adds up to 15 euros about, and that should get you started. So if you go to the OpenWRT site, you will already see what kind of hardware that would work for these kind of exercises. So this is slide 102 of 104, and I've been talking like the entire time. So there's some fun for you as well. So this is where I have some time for me. But this is where you have to act upon whatever that it is that I was telling you. There's a CTF. So this CTF mimics a hardware device. So the only thing that you need is a web browser. And you go to the website https://portal.hackathon.org. You need to have an invite code. The invite code is in lowercase BSides 2020-49D4. So you can use that to create an account on this platform. This is our internal platform that we use to train our people. So this is just one challenge that you do. We have, I think, over 1,000. This is like Hack the Box, but this is for us internally. But I want to share this challenge with you. You need to create an account for it. I don't care if you use your a real mail address or not, or just use a 15-minute mail address. I don't care about your data, but we need some way to be able to host as many participants as we have today, as this is like my largest group of people attending to it. So all the stuff that you need to solve this is already on this slide. So it starts off by you need to discover what the baud rate is of this particular device. And I made it hard for you, as this will be a different device every time that you connect to the page. So don't do an F5, as that will create a different device than you would previously have. And then think about people not configuring their devices securely. So you have a login screen. What can you find? Can you log in? There's the sur.net/passwords that has like that features default passwords. So can you find those? And there's even a complex one at the end where something is real cryptographically encrypted, and are you able to decrypt it with the tools that are available on that thing? So this concludes my part of this presentation and lecture part. This will be the hands-on area. I will be available for you to help with any questions, and I'm happy to answer any of the questions that you still have after listening to me talk for a lot of hours. So are there any questions from the audience? Or remarks, corrections?
So yes, we do have a few more questions.
Cool.
Any resources for RFID hacking, especially high frequency?
Not from the top of my mind. Approach me on Twitter and I will ask my fellow companions in the Twitter verse to come up with solutions for that. I've not worked on. I usually work mostly on sub-gigahertz. So.
And another question is: so GSM modules are banned in Pakistan. Unfortunately, GSM modules.
Yeah.
Are banned in Pakistan.
Okay.
So what are your reviews about Oscom BB project? You think it'll be stable to the point where we can integrate it into hardware or IoT devices?
I think it started the design for the GNU radio and having like modular setups to be able to decode radio signals and have like support for multiple modules. I really like how you can use old cellular phones to set up a cell tower and do that kind of stuff. There's people doing sniffing on wireless signals using software-defined television sticks on a Raspberry Pi. So you see a lot of spin-offs from that project. I'm not aware of the current state of the repository and how mature it is. Really like using GNU radio, but there's also Universal Radio something. There was a very cool CTF, I think year ago by Hardware IO, was made by Adam Laurie, or at least he participated in it. It was called Capture the Signal, where you had to mimic software-defined radio control. So you had to listen to radio signals that had like in their spectrograph a text, and then there was like Morse code, and then you had to switch to other frequencies. So you were hovering over the entire frequency band, but like on a network level. So it was all mimic. So you were not really using it, as that would have been illegal as well. But you see like software-defined radio and radio hacking is getting more and more popular. If you want to start on Bluetooth, discovering how Bluetooth works, there's a project by someone named Gnar, HACKGNAR, on Twitter, and what he does is he has a CTF that you can host on an ESP32 that will be your CTF platform as well. So what you need to do is create your own tools and use the software that is available to connect with a Bluetooth device, and that's an awesome experience. So the first one was BLE CTF, and the second one was Infinity CTF. So the first one was like challenges that were all based on the same code base, and the second one is more like the Kali rolling version, where you have like constantly new CTFs attached to it. So if you can get your hands on ESP32, you can flash it with this software and you will have an amazing time. You're on mute.
Yeah, sorry about that. I think it's happened to me like twice now.
Yeah. Like,
so
yeah.
No, carry on.
No, I'm doing this stream on Saturdays, and there was not one single day where I did not have any audio issues, either not having the mic on, mic too hard, double mics on. Like I'm using microscope, a GoPro webcam, and a special microphone. and sometimes you have like the GoPro enabled and your microphone on, so you will hear like some reverb kind of issues.
So someone is saying that the invite code is invalid.
The invite code is invalid. Okay.
Let me just pronounce this. It's BSide 2020-49D4.
Yeah, with a dash in between.
With a dash in between, yes.
Yeah. Is it possible for you to test it, as I'm already registered to it? I tested it yesterday, and it was still open.
I'll check it as well. And in the meanwhile, you can answer another question, right?
Yeah, sure.
So someone's asking, I am doing a project where I'm doing communications using a LoRaWAN. So what security points should I consider while doing this project? And if relevant, otherwise you can skip it.
I worked on LoRaWAN, and a colleague of mine actually found vulnerabilities in earlier versions of LoRaWAN. So you might want to search for research on that to see if they're using the latest version of the LoRa implementation, as the earlier one had some issues. The time I started with it was like 5 years ago. And at that time, the security was not mature, and the issue for me with LoRaWAN is you need to keep in mind all the restrictions that are set for LoRaWAN. So it's a communication over a certain frequency, and you can send short messages over the bandwidth, but you should only do that in a limited time. So if someone is using LoRaWAN hardware and not using the correct protocols and not using any delays in between, it will be a DDoS on the frequency. So sending out the data in such a pace that it will impact all the connected other hardware in that environment, will like overload the environment. So I would take a look at the stability in regards to DDoS and to the version, looking at the to see if it's the latest and the most secure one.
Yeah, so I just checked as well. The invite code is not working.
Okay. Then I need to escalate it.
Is that by any chance BSides is in the BS capital or something like that? Or it's not case sensitive?
No, it's not case sensitive. It's 49D4, not 4G. Just pinging a colleague to look at it. Is there a way for me to check it? See what's going on.
Maybe you can tweet it out, or maybe later on, if that's fine with you as well.
Yeah, could do that. Could do that as well. Yeah, sure. Yeah, the benefit of doing it now is that I'm available to answer any questions of the audience if they get stuck. But they could use Twitter as a communication as well. We can do this and close the stream if you want. And I asked the colleagues to debug it, and I will come back and send it to the BSides account. I think that's that's the way we should communicate it, I think. A colleague is looking at it right now.
I think I'll just post this in the YouTube chat as well to everyone. If it's not working, they can just check it.
If you have a few minutes, then I can tell you if it's solved or not.
No problem. No problem. Yeah, I'll just post this in the chat right now.
The invite code, or
no, I'm asking them to follow you on Twitter.
Oh, okay, yeah, perfect. That would work.
Okay, so yeah,